doing fine. We're thriving.
Yep. All right.
We gave Left as much time as possible.
Yeah.
All right. Hello. I'm Andrew Waters, your dungeon master for this evening. Once again, say hello, my victims.
Oh boy.
My name is
Hello.
Andrew. I am once again asking you to play D&D with me.
I'm holding up a
Yeah.
knife currently that is dripping with blood. Don't worry about it.
You're scary.
You don't have to make
Sometimes.
the pizzas. It's fine.
Anyway, my
Nah,
victims.
he's a kid.
Introduce yourself.
Why do we
Say
have
hello.
to introduce ourselves
I'm
again?
kidding. I'm kidding. Just say hello.
Hi.
Say hello to me. I want to be
Hi.
Hi.
Acknowledged? You're like a needy puppy. Notice me.
Actually, he's just codependent, but on several people.
He's noticed me senpaiing you.
Why are you like this?
Okay. So, currently down one member. You are all at the gates of Herstadt, the royal capital of the city. Bryn, please stop writing things on the map.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Playing now, I'm done.
You're kidding me, Will Smith. Get out of here. Anyway, you are currently on top of a hill overlooking the gates of the city, and you're approaching it. What do you want to do?
This place is huge.
Thunk's not allowed to do what he wants to do.
What
will
if you
notice-
just did it anyways?
Continuing to guide Thunk towards the gate since he ate our horse.
Oh yeah, you're killing the carriage.
As you go there, you will notice that there are a fair large amount of ditches that are being filled in.
Oh. Like outside?
Yes, surrounding the entire city, there's a series of ditches which are currently being filled in.
And there's an entire reference no one will understand.
Stupid. why are they just digging holes?
They're not digging holes; they're filling them in.
Oh,
right
why are they undigging holes?
Undigging holes. I'm gonna have to remember that.
I mean, you could go up to them and ask why they're filling in the ditches.
Can we go ask why they're filling in the ditches?
Thunk has no interest.
Okay.
I have interest. I want to go ask them.
You go up and you bother.
Thunk's being prodded to pull the cart, so
Careful how you prod Thunk. You will receive the business end of his stick.
verbal prodding.
Okay, I'm about to say you better re-change that verbing now.
Thunk.
Mm.
Thunk. Could you like go a little bit right of the gate to those people over there?
Boy.
Please. I wanna ask them things.
Then just go over there and ask them.
But like I'm in the carriage.
Get out of the carriage.
Out of the carriage.
You're moving. I want to jump out of the. I mean, I can't. If you want, I don't particularly want to jump out of the moving carriage.
I just looked to the side that the carriage is moving at walking speeds.
It's still I have tiny legs. I will trip and fall.
So you go up to there and you bother one of the workers.
Hello.
And he'll be like, so we were in a war, yeah? And
well, no shit, Sherlock.
Well, you see, was already here, but all these other ditches, they were dug as a defensive measure. So, well, now that we got a ceasefire, there's not really any point in having them. I mean, we'll get fair warning before.
Meanwhile, me, Thunk, and everybody else are pulling the wagon through the gates and leaving him behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
as you guys pull through the gates, one of the guards will greet you. They will recognize you and salute you. The captain of the guards for the gates
Yeah,
will.
what was our group? What was our group called last
You're just
session?
The
you're just
Misfits.
yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, the captain of the guard there will greet you, and he will tell you that the king expects to see you is expecting you in the morning because it's currently the middle of the day, and he's expecting you in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So you have some free time to do whatever. If he hands you tokens, which provide you a free meal
Oh,
and stay at one of the nearby inns for as long as you're there
what
Thunks.
do
at
the
this point
tokens
in
look
time.
like? Do they look cool?
They look marginally cool. There is the symbol of a bat on them.
Oh no,
That's
we're in the
cool.
home of Batman.
That's cool. Batman's cool.
Black and Winning City.
So he will if you he will also tell you that there are if you want to shop anywhere, there are two major shops in the city that you would want to visit. One of them would be the general goods store. This is
Friend,
where you get
seriously,
a bunch of different things. Uh,
GM, you need to fix the rich district.
What's wrong with the What the hell are you doing?
please stop. Uh,
That was from before. I'm sorry. I would have told you. I just forgot that one. That was from a while ago.
so
Like,
anyway,
yeah, me and Thunk are going to the bitch district.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been done.
so
Thunk.
he'll tell you about the general goods store where you can buy supplies and rations and what
Would
what
wouldn't
a
we
bunch
already
of
know this?
mundane items and whatnot. You have never been to the royal city before now,
Then how
so
do they know us?
Because we're famous
because
because we
you're
killed a
Cause,
guy.
if
cause
you
we were the group that killed the leader and basically ended the war.
uh, look if you look to your left, you will see
Or
a
left.
a you left. You
Man, I
will
love
see
this tour guide.
a poster, and the poster is an art image of all of you
Whoa.
together,
Uh-oh.
and underneath
Uh,
it has a list of your deeds, some of them at least.
Thunk's just gonna walk up to it. Oi, who's that ugly looking half orc?
That would be you.
Renji just tenses up seeing a flyer like, are those in every town?
Uh, no, only in the major cities.
Renji.
Nervous
No, damn it, not Renji. I remember Thunk.
sweating.
Thunk doesn't call everyone by their name except Nord. I keep forgetting that. Foxman. Remind Thunk later to smash artist.
So right
That
there, before you
which
say
meaning?
that, you need to rethink your words,
Yeah,
because
which meaning?
Renji would
Does he
have
like the
informed
art or
you
does he
to
hate
not
the art?
let people know he's a fox.
Thunk doesn't know that, but
Exactly, and he has -2 intelligence.
And you're a fox because you're all sly and cool and quick and cool.
I will have to beat some common sense into Thunk later.
You can try.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you could.
you may
I
still
have the
need
best
some
chance out of
assistance for
anybody
that.
here.
Another thing is that they will actually, Dev, if you ask about it, they will let you know where Charles' brother's store is, though it's really
Hey.
Charles and his brother's store.
Oh,
Uh,
Uh,
okay.
they're actually quite famous in the capital for having quite great fashion sense. A lot of the nobles get their some of their best clothing from there.
Oh.
They're also known as a sort of a magic shop and a trinket shop. They have a lot of bits and pieces from everywhere around the world, and a lot of little magical trinkets that do random things.
That's cool. I want to go
Renji
there.
Renji would pull out the bounty papers we got for the bandits we took care of and ask where we would go to turn them in.
Uh, he will think for a moment, and
And he would show that it has the seal of that one important person I'm blanking on the name of.
Mark.
Yeah, it has the seal of Mark on it.
Yeah, he will just tell you to check in at some office somewhere, and they will give you the at somewhere near the castle, and they'll give you what it is. It's not really a big thing. It's a reward from the crown, so it's all under the government's jurisdiction.
Okay.
So if you were to go to the king with it, it would be uh the same as going to one of the officials and turning it in. You get the money either way, so you could turn it into one of the offices, or you could turn it into the king himself when you meet him.
I wouldn't want to bother the king, so I'll probably go
How
turn it
how
into an official.
Andrew, how tall is this dude?
How tall is this dude?
Yes.
Oh,
5'10".
Punk's gonna try to recruit him.
Thunk
Oh,
steps up, towers over him. So, tiny human thing. Care to join Thunk's church?
What
Renji just leans over from behind Thunk where Thunk can't see him but the guard can and just shakes his head no.
what is the name? What is the name of your church?
I haven't thought of that yet.
Oh, who do you serve?
The Blood God.
I have not heard of that god. I myself, I myself do not really follow one, but I have a brother who follows Anubis.
The Blood God is a god of war.
Sounds like someone a soldier, would be good to be in good favor with.
I mean, he's kept me in good health so far.
You know, I may look into that in the future.
Ooh.
Thank you for
Thunk's
suggesting.
Thunk's gonna reach into his little side pocket and pull out a crudely drawn little pamphlet. This has everything you need to know. If you want to know the story of the Blood God, I can tell you about that later.
He takes
Ren-
it and
Renji stops shaking his head and looks at this with just a strange look of like it's working.
he takes it and he stares at it for a few moments, and then he puts it in his pocket, and it says, "Well, I must be returning to my duties, but
Stares as it realizes I can't read this.
that is a question. What language did you write this in?
And
Common.
how good is your handwriting?
And
Make a
common, not that good. Orcish,
make a
pretty fucking good.
make a dexterity check.
Okay.
At
boy.
Do 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 do.
some point, you're gonna come to Renji like Renji's. Oh, it would
Okay,
have been
so
so funny if you got a natural one.
it's not that bad. It's sort of like average scrawling, so it would take the average person some time to decipher it,
And it looks like
but
it was drawn in crayon.
it's not completely unintelligible. Yes,
I was about to say it looked like it's drawn in blood.
you would just think it's. See, they have one thing that the one of the shops sells is actually magic ink. which can change color to whatever color you speak into it. So you say a command word, and the quill uh, and you dip the quill in the ink, and as you say the word, then it will change to the color.
Can I insight
So
check the captain?
you can,
To
yes.
see if he's genuine or he's just trying not to be smashed by a fucking 7-foot orc.
Hmm.
This will go well.
Damn it.
Okay, so you don't have any. You can't see anything in his face. You literally just met him, and he has a pretty stoic face. Like,
He took the
but
pamphlet, so surely he means it if he took the pamphlet.
he's. You can't tell very much from his expression or his body language or anything, but he seemed somewhat accepting of it and somewhat interested.
I think Thunk's gonna
And
like
that's
it here.
all you got.
That's a
Okay,
terrifying thought.
so that happened. Deb will catch up with what caught up with you midway through the conversation. I assume she asked about the shop.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Hi.
And then, is there anything else anyone wants to ask?
And you would just be to the group, so which end do you guys want to stay in? We should probably all pick one so we're
Any
together.
any inn with a bar that Thunk can drink.
I mean, remember you have a free token to you've for a free meal
Ooh, excuse me,
stay
sorry.
in one of the inns that is also a bar at the same time. So it's got pretty much everything. It's a bar, restaurant, inn.
Yeah, I would just respond. It's like, I'm pretty sure all the inns have bars. That's how they stay in business.
Yeah. Most of them are not quite to this standard though. You none
I
of
would
you
I would
will.
just look over to the guard because we're still there and be like, which inn do the guards go to usually?
Oh, they usually go to that one. It's quite an affordable price, but also it's like imagine there's a tavern that the nobles go to, and it's actually of worse quality. The food there is actually of worse quality than here.
Why?
I just tell Thunk, if we go to that inn, there's more guards you might be able to get to join your church.
He's gonna narrow his eyes at you.
You got this guy to join, and there's other guards just like him at the inn.
Which inn is your favorite, sir?
I'm not trying to deceive him. I'm being perfectly honest.
No, me the player, I'm aware, but the last time you said something like this, it didn't work out.
Remember, I'm saying maybe.
It's same thing to Thunk.
It's like, Thunk, I'm just saying maybe. Remember, I can't control other people.
Fine.
So, Deb, you had a question?
I was just asking the guard what his
Oh
favorite
my
inn
god,
was.
robot.
His favorite is
Why?
the his favorite is the inn that he would have told you about and giving you the tokens
Okay.
for.
That okay.
Is Deb roboting for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yes.
Why?
Just a little bit.
Why?
I mean, this would be perfect if you were playing a construct. I'm just saying.
Shoot, you found out my secret identity. Oh no.
Deb's secretly a warforged.
Yeah. You got me.
She was roboting for all of us.
How? I'm trying to find a. I feel like it's my fan.
Yeah, that's better.
Everything else. That
Anyway.
helps. Okay, cool. Yes, that's all I asked.
The name of the inn will be one moment. The Royal Bat Inn.
Okay. Why is the noble in have worse food than
Hmm.
the guards in?
Nobody knows.
Oh,
No,
that's
yeah.
weird.
If you ask anybody, literally nobody will be able to tell you why their food and their drink is better than the tavern that the nobles usually go to. In fact, most of the time, the nobles that are less uptight and more uh they're more friendly towards common people will often go to this inn instead.
Can we go check out the noble inn and try and figure that out?
You could.
Could we? I kind of want to do
Good.
that. I want to
It's
figure
about
out what the hell that
it's
is.
about halfway through the day, so uh the
Once
inn
we
will
get
be there and it will be open for much longer than any of the shops.
once we get our rooms at the inn that the guard pointed out, I'm just like, huh, Thunk, good luck on recruiting people. Um, the rest of you have fun whatever you're doing.
Thunk don't need
I'm
luck.
gonna
Thunk
go
has the
turn
god blood
in
on his
our
side.
bounty and do
Wait,
some shopping.
we're separating. We're now sticking together to go do errands. We're kind of.
If you want to tag along, sure. I'm not saying you can't.
What are you doing exactly?
Uh, Renji would say he's gonna go turn in the bounty that
Oh,
we got, and then
yeah,
go to the market.
yeah. Okay, I'll come with you. I'll do that. Yeah.
And we're probably gonna have to go rescue Thunk afterwards, because I see where he's going.
Oh
Oh,
boy. Okay.
where's he going? Oh, shoot. I don't have a map for that, so that'll have to be theater of
Scroll
the
up.
mind.
He's not going in the. He's not going in the church.
That would have to be theater of the mind if we went in there. But
He's not going in.
okay. So uh Renji, Deb, and
Hi.
I'll say Zarina's going along with you. You all go. You're all heading to collect the bounty. Nord is going to follow Thunk and keep an eye on him near the
Oh
back.
boy.
Good.
So
Nord. Good to see you.
I don't even know how
Every
to do
time
his voice,
I don't know why, but every time I hear Nord's name now, I just think of NordVPN.
Got too
Thanks
many
to
of their
Critical
commercials,
Role.
did you?
Yeah, it's all Sam's friggin' sponsors.
Yeah. It's better than Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is a horrible game. It's a
It really
weak,
is.
horrible game.
Anyway, there goes our
We're
Raid Shadow Legends sponsors.
we're sponsored by.
Ah,
We are
dang.
sponsored. This is brought to you
Even
by
even if
NordVPN.
I
Take it
was
away, Nord. We are
Ah,
cutting.
that's stupid.
We're
Oh
putting
my
hulls
god.
and prices, people.
even if I was offered $1 million to sponsor be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, I would spit in their face and cast the money back at them.
I cast money. Ah, my favorite spell.
Can I
Not to
win that
say,
one? Is that
you
Bard spell?
you too learned the magic of nobleism.
I too know the ways of the noble, yes. So you too are a man of culture.
Yes,
That
I too
me.
cast money.
I too cast money at the poor.
Ah!
Anyway.
Sorry.
Anyway, uh, this is what
Drop something.
happens
I'm
when
gonna
you
touch it right
have
back.
someone who's half British as a DM. Anyway, so I'll go with Renji and your group first. So, Renji, you and Zarina Deb will go to turn in the bounty. it will be a very short process. Yeah, everything will be taken care of in a matter of moments, and you will gain 50 gold. The
Whoa.
person
Oh, I
there
think we need that.
will let you know that he's adding some extra from his own pocket because he was actually from the village that the bandits were tormenting. So,
Oh.
I would ask if he. We got the name of the farmer daughters, right? I
yes,
remember. I remember getting
Alyssa.
her name. Yeah, I would be like, well, I don't know if you know her, but we were able to save Alyssa, and she's back home safe now.
He will actually recognize that name. He last saw her several years ago when she's a very little kid. He's like a distant cousin.
Thunk would have passed Renji the head with the spinal cord still attached of the leader for proof.
Mm,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, so that that adds a little bit. The fella will
I
if
would
you
have that in a sack or
yeah
something
you
because
you
I don't feel like just carrying a head around.
if you hand it to him, he
Yeah,
will
I
drop
would
it on the
pass it
ground
over.
and kick it a few times, and then he will pick it up and deposit it in the trash where it belongs.
So total gold that we've gotten is 180. Do we want to distribute that now or wait until like other people are here, maybe?
We
Or
have
just keep it in?
130. I would say we probably
Oh,
wait until we have everybody
oh,
here.
oh, you already added it. Okay, that one's on me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Fog.
So that will be all that happens there. It was a very short process.
Oh, oh.
If you want to head over to the you can either go there are like several places you can go. You can go sightseeing, or there are those two shops that were mentioned that you could go to.
Can we go? Can we
Uh,
go to Charles and Alex's shop,
yeah.
please?
Yeah,
Please, Renji,
and
please.
I would say yes, we can go there, and I would pop up a question. Do you know somewhere in town where that would be like specialized in enchantment and uh enchanting items?
Okay. He will let you know that surprisingly enough, it's a very odd situation, but the owner of the general goods store happens to be a somewhat reputable enchanter.
Oh,
Like they've had no complaints yet, and that they're sometimes visited by nobles to have their armor or weapons enchanted.
that's
Okay.
cool.
In
I
fact,
would
they've even been called to the castle to personally inspect some of the king's armor.
yep, I would thank him for the information. And crap, I still
Mhm.
need to friggin' memorize your character's name. Uh, Barden
Barden.
or
That,
no?
that's last campaign. Mine,
How do
Debanon.
yeah? How do
Devanon.
Debanon? Sorry.
Similar.
How did
There,
I?
some of the letters
I
are the
don't
same.
know why I thought
Some of
B
the
when I
letters are the
looked at
same.
the D. No,
Deb, Bard.
Debanon.
I
The
am a bard.
the easy way I remember it is separating two of them, like anon like anonymous and dab like dab.
Yeah,
I'm
Debanon.
not. No, no. Don't associate my name with Dab. I will cry. Genuinely.
Get to crying because that's how I fucking remember your name.
I.
I'll just be like, okay, Debanon, we can go to the shop now.
Okay. Yeah, that's sounds. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
And
so
I'll thank the guy for the information as we leave.
I kind
so
of
so
run off.
which shop are you going to first?
Charles and
Probably the
Alex's.
one she wants to.
Okay.
Charles and Alex's.
Okay, so that would change things slightly.
Sorry.
Just no. That just changes where a single NPC will be at a point in
Oh.
time.
Okay. Oh
Uh,
boy.
So, one moment while I move things around. Yeah, dun.
Move it all around.
NPC he wanted us to run in.
in.
NPC he wanted us to run into at the general store will now be at that shop.
Well,
Or reverse,
perhaps.
because he wants it to come later.
Okay, so let's move you over here. Welcome
Choo.
to the Eggfoot Magic Shop.
Yeah.
What's up with the
I can't believe
obvious
this-
vampire in the corner?
You could have had any different name. I'm not in the map apparently. I'm a reload.
Andrew, what's up with the obvious vampire in the corner?
Hey.
I was about to ask that, but then I remember our other GM had
Oh
the
no,
portrait
that's him.
had the portrait for a vampire that wasn't a vampire.
That's my boy. Wait, I can't remember which one that is. Shit.
So,
That's Alex, right?
yeah.
We'll find out, I guess.
This
So,
man has a
you-
secret that we need to discover.
You start there at the door.
Oh, shit,
Do you walk in?
Yeah, I
yeah.
opened the door. I opened the door for Debanon to walk in.
Okay.
Thank you.
You hear a slight bell ring. Zarina will walk in with you, and you'll hear from kind of a bit further back, but not much further back. Just like coming, and coming from out there, you see a
Looking across the room, I'm just whispering like, "Too bad Thunk's not here. I'm pretty sure he would enjoy what's on the opposite side of the room."
Oh, I see.
Across the city, Thunk sneezes. Who the fuck is talking about me?
So you go in there, you'll see a man of about average height, very thin, very pale skin, um, silver eyes, short black hair, and he's wearing like a nice coat and nice black coat and a cape over that, and he'll come over and be like, "Hello, welcome."
Hi. I'm what's my name? I'm Debanon.
Oh, Debanon.
Yeah.
Yes, my
I
brother Charles has mentioned you
Yeah.
in several of his letters and when he's visited here before.
Not
Yeah,
to mention, apparently our
Charles.
group is a bit popular around here.
Mm.
Well,
Nodding to a
That's-
poster on the wall outside of his shop.
Well, that certainly is true. Let's switch to this, shall we?
I'm guessing you're Alex, his brother.
Yes, I'm Alexander.
Oh, Alexander.
But you can call me Alex. It's no
Okay.
deal, no big deal. So what are you here to shop for today?
Oh, I just really wanted to meet you. I didn't think about that part.
Well, that's good. Uh, my brother has told me you expressed some interest in our coat selection.
Yes, that is true. You have a
each-
really cool cloak.
Yes, my brother and I, we both have fairly identical black coats. It
Yes.
sort of runs in the family. We
You
have
were
a
born with
cousin.
that?
We have a cousin who has a similar black coat.
Oh, what's their name?
Oh, their name is Isaac.
I'm
Yes,
writing that down.
the captain. The captain. In fact, that eye patch on. Wait, that eye patch. It once belonged to him.
Oh, this thing.
Once. He hasn't
While
worn
they're
it in years,
talking,
though.
Renji will just walk over and start perusing bookshelves.
Say, you haven't taken that eye patch off, have you?
No, I know I should. I don't want to. It's weird. Why should I?
Yes, my brother tells me that you should not, and I agree with him that you should not take it off for a
Oh,
while.
okay. Okay. Why?
I
There's
thought it
we
was.
have our reasons.
I thought it was blatantly obvious why.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like I thought I probably should be like cleaning it and stuff, but I just didn't want to because it was
Oh
scary.
no, it has a self-cleaning mechanism
Oh.
enchanted into it.
I didn't know that.
Debadon, have you not realized that that eye patch is magical yet?
No, I knew it was magical. I didn't know that part was magical.
I mean, it's one of the things it does, but self-cleaning and self-repairing is the bare minimum.
That's cool. Okay, yeah. We'll
Anyway,
not take it off.
did you want to? Did you want the buy the code?
Yes.
I would give you a massive discount because you are basically a friend of the family at this point.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, cool. Awesome.
So he'll take you near the back, and he will take you to where the clothes are and show you them. There will be many coats, many coats, and boots. That a lot of them are black, but there are many in also different colors. There's red, blue, purple, no yellow coats for some reason.
Interesting.
There's actually no yellow clothing at all,
Do you not like
or
the color
or
yellow?
or orange
Yellow's
clothing.
a disgusting color.
That's fair point.
There's also no orange colors.
Do
Uh,
you
there's a lot of red and black, and blue and purple.
I see
Probably some white.
you've got a
Yeah.
bit of a theme here.
Indeed, we prefer dark colors. We think it looks better than other more brighter things.
That makes sense. Yep. Bright color's bad.
I mean, think about it.
As Reggie looks at his outfit that's brown and red.
It takes a special person to wear bright green color and not look utterly hideous.
When you
But
realize
if you
that
wear,
when you realize Thunk wears nothing but bright colors.
but if you wear black, literally anyone looks good in black. You could put like a
Baby.
put a bug. You could put a bug in black clothing, and it would probably look cool.
I think you put a bug in black clothing, you'd smush it.
Depends on the bug.
True. Some bugs are big. And those bugs are bad.
Have you ever heard of the bugs? Some bugs to the south. They are called the
No.
kissat. They are quite massive.
How do you spell those?
Kissat,
Yes.
Kisat. The queen, a kissat queen can grow to humongous size. You see that. In fact, you see that doorway over there. It's quite big, but a kissat queen would hit its head against the would not be able to fit through there.
That's big.
Yes, it
I
is.
can't even touch the door.
In fact, there are some dragons that are smaller than kissat queens.
Oh. Like a baby dragon or like an adult dragon?
Adult dragons.
Just
That's
Renji,
really big.
Renji just mentions in the back and said there's some dragons smaller than people.
I don't know that.
But the obviously the kissat queens are much weaker than dragons, but their size does make a difference.
So size matters? That's what you're telling me?
Sometimes he'll crack a
Interesting.
slight smirk.
I don't get the joke.
Mhm. Anyway, so he'll give you the selection of coats and stuff. He'll even offer you like free boots if you want them
Oh.
in any color you want them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like
Yes.
he'll take a pair of fine leather boots and he'll ask you which that they're actually currently white. He'll ask you which color you want them to be.
Oh. I don't know. What's your favorite color?
Red.
Well, clearly black.
No, he said red. You're a fool.
Red.
No, I'm just
Don't judge
looking
a book
at
by its cover.
his outfit is red and black.
Don't judge a book by its cover. That's true. Uh. Then yeah, I'll take them in red.
Okay. He waves his hand over them, and they switch to
Whoa.
red.
What? Wait, how?
If you speak a certain command word, then you can have them change to whatever color you wish, except for orange and yellow.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
coded in.
Well, orange, yellow, bright green, puke.
We're not Neon Genesis up in here. All right, I understand.
Yes, those are also hard coded into the enchantment.
That's so
It's
cool.
the dark colors only enchantment.
If
The dirt and blood colors only.
in fact, if you take this to an enchanter friend of ours, then they would be able to make it so you can change slight designs on them.
Really?
Yes, you can have like small designs appear on them.
How? How's that work? How?
Magic. He'll kind of
No shit,
jazz.
Sherlock.
He'll do like the jazz hands thing, and you'll
Re-
see there are like sparkles between his fingers.
That's so cool.
Renji just smirks at that.
That's so cool.
Thunk's player has flashbacks to the fucking Dax campaign. How does that work? Magic.
Here we go again. That's so cool. Magic is so cool. Magic's so cool. I can do magic. I'm not that good, but I can do not that though. That's cool.
So yeah, what color of coat did you want?
Oh, I don't.
Remember,
Renji!
this will be
Renji!
important for when eventually Woofy draws our characters again.
True. Renji.
I just poke my head from behind the bookshelf.
Oh, hi. You scared me. You do good clothes. You have bright clothes. If you were to wear not bright clothes, what color would you wear?
Renji looks at his clothes that are red and brown, darker colors.
Oh shoot, sorry. I got you mixed up with Thunk. Thunk wears bright colors. You wear good clothes. What do you only wear red and brown? Do you wear other colors?
I used to have a assortment of a wardrobe.
Oh. Were you fancy?
Oh,
It's hard to take your clothes with you when you're traveling.
That makes
That
sense.
doesn't mean I'm fancy. It just I don't have many
Well,
clothes with me.
I only have one clothes. So
pardon me, but
more than one clothes is really cool.
Going off of your personal appearance, I would say black, a dark brown, or maybe a very dark purple would probably look good on you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
I think a dark purple might suit better, but perhaps not. It might clash with the red boots.
What does that mean?
Hmm?
Clash.
The colors might fight with each other.
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
sounds.
thinking.
Why did
That's
you
why
program the clothes to fight?
that's why I was suggesting the dark black or the black or dark brown.
The black might make sense because then if
I
I make the
do
boots any
suggest you
clothes.
take the color black. Red may be my favorite, but black is my second favorite.
Because yeah, if I choose black, then if I make the boots any color, then or beside any of the colors it can be, then it'll match anyways.
Yeah.
Out of character,
And
I'd
if
kill for this fucking enchantment on all of my clothes.
so, what
IRL, God tier, yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so
black.
okay,
and
so
then Renji would just make the suggestion: if you ever turn the boots black, then you can switch the coat over to a dark purple.
Well, I don't think the coat can change colors, just the boots.
So he will ask you if you want a color changing coat.
Oh, yes.
It will be a little more expensive, but not much with your discount.
I could probably, yeah. That'd be
Okay,
yes.
so he'll go over farther in the back, and he'll
Bye.
pull out a plain black coat that is fine silk, and
Ooh.
then he will wave his hand over it, and like little like on like the lining of the sleeves and on the lapel of the coat, you'll see like little music notes in like
What?
silver appear over them, and then he'll hand it to you, and just here for you to try it on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I pull on really quickly.
It looks very nice.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Now,
You did good.
hmm, I believe that would be 50 gold pieces.
Okay. How much? What do I have? Yeah, no, I have enough. I have enough. I'm gonna give him 70 because I like him.
Oh, you didn't need to do this.
But you're cool, so you should get more money.
Thank you. Um,
Yeah.
uh, what can I see your weaponry? Can I
Oh.
inspect your weapons?
I'm just
Um. I
flipping
I have
flipping through the bookshelves.
I have weapons. I don't use. Well, I guess I do kind of use them. I use my skull a lot, but I can give you. I have this sword, this long sword.
Okay. He will ask for if he could see the longsword.
Yeah, I take it out of its hilt and I
Okay.
kind of double hand it to him because it's too big for just one hand.
He will take it with one hand and lift it
Oh,
up
okay.
and
Go
set
off.
it in his other hand and inspect it, and then he'll lift it up with his left hand, and he'll kind of turn it from side to side, pointing it out, and he'll kind of just inspect all over it and be like, "This is not bad workmanship, but if you were amenable to it, I could offer you a better solution, or even perhaps I could improve this blade if you are attached to it.
Oh,
I would
um,
need to have it overnight, but in the morning I would have it ready for you.
that would that would yeah, that's really cool.
And it would
Yes.
be free of charge. You
Oh,
technically already paid me.
well, that was just because you were cool.
And now
This
I am
this
paying
isn't
you
the
back
general.
because you are
This
cool.
isn't the general store, right?
No.
No. Be like we were told that the person that ran the general store was a pretty decent enchanter. Would he
Oh no,
happen to be your friend?
I'm not enchanting it. You see, I dabble in smithing quite a bit.
No,
Oh,
he mentioned a enchanter when he was talking about the
Yes,
symbols on the
you're
outfits.
talking about Anna's General Goods Store.
I'm assume so.
Yes, she is brilliant enchanter. She tends to rack up the prices somewhat on some of her more uh, fanciful enchantments for the nobles, but she's usually fair with her prices.
That's
that's
understandable.
cool.
They can afford to pay more.
Yeah, the economy's weird.
Also, when you also, she told me once of an order. A noble wanted a sword, but the sword could change into a scythe, and then it could
Whoa.
change into like a pistol.
No, I've read about those. Those are cool.
But it, he doesn't understand that that's very difficult to do.
Oh,
I don't know as much about enchanting myself, but I do know that is incredibly difficult thing to do. Having it change from uh, one thing to
Any
a completely different thing to
spe-
another completely different thing.
especially with the size differences between those weapons. Any magic
Indeed.
that changes one's mask is difficult, or mass is difficult.
once again,
Yes,
size
having it
matters.
change from one thing to another, and have him be able to interchangeably switch between them with no sense, no order, and just change at will from from a sword to an axe, or from an axe to a sword, or from a gun to a sword. it's difficult to do. So he had to pay a very exorbitant price for that.
That sounds really cool.
Especially
But yeah,
since she
that makes
had
sense.
to spend a week enchanting it, and meanwhile her business suffered
Oh,
because she runs
okay.
the store by herself. So
Oh, that's hard.
indeed, she has many cousins, but they all have their own shops, so
Oh,
they couldn't.
meanwhile, while they're talking, I've been flipping through the bookshelves here, seeing if I see any books either written in a language I would recognize from my homeland or any terms that would be familiar from like my homeland.
Do me an investigation check.
Go off, Renji. Find those vocab words. Okay.
So it's odd. You go through the books and you see there are a lot of them, like almost enough to fill up an entire library. And oddly enough, on the shelves there are more books on the shelves than than the shelf has space to allow for. Like if normally this one shelf would hold, say, 40 books, it seems to hold more than 100.
Renji would just make a side comment over to him. You use spatial spatial magic on your bookshelves.
Oh yes, a colleague of ours is very much into experimentation, and he discovered that quite some years ago.
Very interesting.
Uh, in fact, uh, both Anna and all of our cousins, they were in fact taught by him, and she has a lot of cousins. I do in fact believe they own just about every shop, the same shop, copied and pasted in
There's
literally
the
every major
they
city.
she's the nurse joy of your world.
Silence from the GM. Uh,
Oh God, what was said? What was said while I was gone?
That his shop character is the nurse Jenny of or sorry the is the nursing officer from Pokemon, but for this world. Because he said that
Yes.
her shop is copy and paste it in like every
Oh,
major
cause the
city.
cousins. That's God tier. I love that.
and anyway, you will see that there. So again, there are a lot of books, enough to fill up a massive library, and most of them will be in languages that you've never even heard of.
Oh.
Like there will be some that are literally just scrolls, and you will and one in particular will be a scroll in the written language of your home country, and on it there'll be a date set for the in the second age.
Just
It
a
is currently in the so the year is currently in the fourth age.
Oh.
Over
I
3,000
just
years in the fourth age.
I just make a comment from I from behind the bookshelf. I just do you mind if I pull some of these out and peruse them?
Oh, no problem. Uh, read them to your heart's content. They're not really going anywhere. They're also not really for sale. Um, they are there for for guests to read and for customers to read. Uh, and we sometimes loan them out to friends.
I pull out the scroll from my people's
Mhm.
land.
If you if you undo it and look through it, you'll see it is an account of a famous general in your history. Like this is very old history. The general been almost viewed like a demigod in your country. Uh,
Oh.
it'd be a Wolfkin, and imagine a very grizzled, very old uh, wolf man in a kimono with a katana, and that would be an image of him, basically. A lot of scars and whatnot. In fact, it has that a portrait of him on the beginning of the scroll. The scroll is wrapped quite tightly, and it's incredibly well words preserved.
Preservator. Preservative.
Uh, it if you were to unravel the scroll all the way, it will actually span the length of the room several times.
Jeez. Long.
And so
And it's
I take
basically,
I take the scroll and I take a seat over here, and
yeah,
he can see me reading this particular scroll
yeah,
while you guys are having your conversation.
it's basically an autobiography, okay? And you won't be able to get through much of it today. It
I'm
is
just
something that would take weeks to read.
I'm more skimming it and
Mhm.
seeing if it matches up with what I learned from my history lessons.
It actually matches up quite well. There are slight differences in here and there because it's a personal account from the actual individual, and you will understand that this is actually incredibly rare, and you didn't actually know this existed. Uh, in fact, it was believed that no personal account of his life existed until now.
Just
Uh,
you and Brink can continue, or
yeah.
you and Debadon can
Uh,
continue.
one thing I will further mention is that it actually talks about him going to traveling around to various lands and meeting various different people as you're skimming through it. Uh, it's interesting because the first part of it starts much later on in his life, near the end of it, and then it starts at the beginning of his life onward. Uh, one thing it will mention is meeting a very tall, very pale man with shoulder length black hair and red eyes, and having a conversation with him about various different subjects. And
Does that description match the shop owner?
it doesn't quite match him. This shop owner has silver eyes
Okay,
and short hair. It doesn't quite match him. It sounds somewhat similar to him, but not very
maybe
not
one of
enough
his
that
brothers.
not enough that well this is a thing from the that this is a scroll from the second age, literally thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but a
Like this is
vampire can
ancient
live. But
history.
a vampire can live thousands of years.
Yeah, you don't know whether he's a vampire or not, though. That's just out of
Anyway,
character. That's
yep.
just your thoughts. But uh, it will mention if you skim to the very bottom of the scroll, it will mention his final moments where he's actually on his deathbed writing the final bits of this, and this is like 20 years after he met the man, and the man will have visited him on his deathbed looking the exact same as 20 years ago, and will have just congratulated him on living a good life,
Hmm.
and saying that he hopes to meet somebody like him once again in the future that has his sort of character. And then it will kind of scribble off. It will kind of the handwriting calligraphy will get more shaky as he goes on. And he'll slowly stop, and there's a line and a smudge that goes slightly off the paper at the end of it.
Yeah, I can understand what that means, but yeah, I'll just read through and like by the time him and uh Debadon are done speaking, I will be wrapping the scroll back up and going putting it back on the shelf.
Mhm. So, Sam or Thunk does. Hello, are you there? If you are, you're muted.
No,
No.
he might be putting in pizza
Oh,
in.
shoot.
Yeah, he
Oh, you're
might be
right.
doing that. Well, I wanted to ask if Wolfie wanted to do anything, but
Well, we don't care
She's
about him.
not.
Does this guy
She's
have any
not.
storybooks?
She's not even in the voice chat.
but yeah, but we could explain the situation to her.
Yeah.
She'll just I suppose she'll just kind of look around and look at everything. Uh,
Finds a book about
just
animals.
basically glancing
Aminal.
around and looking around. So it's wrapping to a close here.
Yep. Just
Uh,
after
So,
Debadon and him are
so
done talking, I go
Deb,
and put the scroll up and
so
just
what
mention how unique his collection is.
he'll thank you. He'll thank you for you know viewing his collection with what's the word, so favorably. Some people would don't quite understand why he collects such things.
kind of
Oh,
books
I
do you
can
have
see
besides
the
long scrolls?
I can see the value in many of the things in your collection. Some of them entire kingdoms would desire, especially considering the history they hold.
I thank you. Um, so he'll ask you, Bren, Deb, if you want to leave the sword there or pick up a different blade tomorrow.
Um, uh, uh, um, whichever you want to. I don't really care too much about this sword. It's just, given to by the army. So it's what I had.
He'll
But if you'll have more fun making a new sword, that I'm cool with that. Yeah.
he'll quickly draw up a little sketch, and
Okay.
he will show it to you.
Right.
It's a two hand. It's both a two-handed and one-handed blade, and like it has the blade itself will have like a slight curve to it, and
Oh,
and the guard will not be a cross guard. Instead, it will be it will slightly extend outward a little bit.
that's cool.
When you're stuttering about the choice, Renju would just speak up and like, I would take him up on his offer. A master crafted blade is much better than that the pre-cast swords that they hand out the normal soldiers.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, he will tell you to come back in the morning while he
Okay.
makes the blade for you.
Oh,
Uh,
wait, we have a thing in the morning. Can I come like after that?
oh
I
sure,
don't want it to be
sure,
late.
that's no
Okay,
problem.
cool.
Yeah, you probably won't need your
So
sword for the meeting with the king.
Well, unless someone attacks him and then I'm not there, or I don't have my sword and then I can't do anything and then everyone dies because of it. But otherwise,
Uh,
yeah.
I have a feeling someone walks in through the door while we're having this conversation
So
for no reason.
a little girl with sort of reddish blonde hair, sort of like amberish or orangish. It's an interesting color of hair. Will burst in. She has like a little walking stick and a backpack, and she like runs up and she's like, "Uncle Alex!"
Oh, you're
and
kidding me.
and
He's
and
Knuckle.
and grips him in a hug, and he hugs her back, and he's like, "Mary, so nice of you. Uh, were you done? You done with Anna?" She's like, "Yes." "Did you have a good conversation?" "Yes." "Good. I'm terribly sorry, but we had a bit of family matters. My brother left his adopted daughter here with me while he
Oh,
wanders around some at different places. So
uh,
That's fine.
Charles, you
it's
mean?
been an interesting
Or a different brother?
Charles, yes.
Okay, thought so. Charles is in a lot of places all the time.
That seems fine. Families take care of each other.
Yeah,
Besides,
when they can.
I'm the fun uncle. Her other uncle is actually our cousin, so it doesn't really count in my mind.
Yeah, so you're the only
You
uncle, so
won't
you have to be the
you
fun
will
uncle.
you will know that he is playing around.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So anyway, I hope you come back tomorrow, and I'll have the blade ready for
Yeah,
you. And
will do.
so as you turn to leave, he'll kneel down. And is like, "So Mary, how was your adventure today?" She'll be like, "Great. So I went to the meadow, and there were like butterflies, and like this, and then this tall tree, and it will slowly fade off. Their talk will slowly fade as you walk out.
I love her. She's my favorite. I swear to God, if you kill her off, I'll kill you.
So you disappear from
I
there,
have the feeling that's who we would have ran into if he went to the
and
general
so
store first.
Ah,
you go. Do you go to Anna's General Goods?
yeah.
Yeah, because he just said, "How was your trip with Anna?" So if we went to General Goods, we would have met the daughter first.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
So, uh, boom, boom, boom.
Did Sam lose internet?
Huh?
Oh no. Okay, that's Bryn. That's no longer on Roll 20,
Yeah,
and she's back.
I just reloaded because it didn't take me into the map again. I don't
Hmm.
know what's going on, man. Wi-Fi at this place sucks. I'm in a new place. That could be it too.
I forgot sausage roll. Never forget sausage roll.
No, it's a crime.
So
It's
sausage
such a knife.
roll bursts
Oh,
in
God.
and bursts in
Oh
through
my
the
god,
door.
just imagine Sasha's role was waiting outside and he saw the daughter and tried eating.
Oh no. Sasha's
So
rolling a kind of shot.
like if you are done here and you go in you find the shop and you go in and you will see sausage roll is like purring as the shop owner is petting him and like feeding him bit of scrap,
Oh,
some scrap meat.
Yeah, I think we
that's
lost him.
that's really cool. He doesn't. He tends to eat most people, so he's not eating you. So that's cool.
Hmm. She's like, "Yes, I have a way with animals." Hello.
Sorry, I was
So
trying to think of a response to that.
so um what brings you here?
Um,
Uh,
a
him,
bit, a bit of business after we just finished visiting. What was the other guy's name?
Alexander.
Yeah,
Oh,
But
after
I
we
get to
just
call him
finished
Alex.
visiting Alexander.
you finished. You talk with Alexander and visit him.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
really cool. He let me buy
we're
a coat.
we're friends with his brother.
Yes, he looks emo, but he's really not.
Yeah, he's really nice,
Quite-
even if he looks like a
it's quite-
vampire.
It's quite funny.
Maybe vampires are just secretly really nice, and that's why he's nice.
Maybe some of them are.
So
You
my
do
my
best.
best
You be
yeah,
do
so my
best to be wary on your
yeah.
travels, though,
What?
because if you view all vampires as nice, you might find one that is not, and then you might be caught off guard. That would not be a good thing.
So what should we do? Should we just try and
Just
figure out if they're nice?
no. You should just be on their guard and yes, try and figure out if they're nice.
Okay.
It's usually quite easy to figure out. See, the nice ones will greet you. The other ones will demand that you fall to your knees and bow down to them most of the time. So it's kind of easy.
Renji just thinks
He does
about
that.
Renji just into head imagines a vampire walking up and trying to say that to Thunk and laughs.
But doesn't like don't kings do that too? Or is
No,
it bad when a vampire does it?
it's quite bad when a vampire does.
Okay, because then they'll eat you.
Also, the king of this kingdom is quite different. He doesn't
Oh,
demand anyone bow to them. In fact,
Meanwhile,
I have seen him walking in the streets and picking people up as they try to bow to him.
meanwhile,
oh.
Andrew forgot to change his character portrait.
Indeed, I did.
He's still in voice. That's
Boom.
that's really nice. That's cool that he walks around. I think. Yeah, that sounds cool.
So she touches her chin. What would you like to do? What would you like to take a look at?
Renji.
Meanwhile, I'm pulling out the deer hide
Oh
Oh,
yeah, the sweet one.
intriguing.
that we got the really good roll on.
That is a prime deer hide. Um, did you want to like sell it to me or something?
Yes, I thought a general store would probably take it.
Well, you're not completely wrong, but
Yes.
usually you wouldn't do it on this day. Usually you would wait and most people wait until Tuesday.
What's Tuesday?
Hmm?
Is Tuesday like day where you sell deer hide?
I there's not quite anything like that on the calendar, but from how periodically everyone brings their hides over on Tuesday, it might as well be.
Huh.
Oh, I didn't. I did not know this is actually our first time being in this city.
Yes, that was clear.
Was that an insult?
It's no
Or
problem though. Uh, you haven't happened to have met any of my cousins, have you?
no? Have we? No,
Um,
They all look quite like me. Eerily
did not.
so.
would there been one of these shops over in my kingdom?
There would have actually been one shop in there, but they would have had black hair. But if you look closely at their faces, they will look very eerily similar.
What was her name?
Like if
What was
you
her name?
Anna.
Well, it's been some time, but I think I met one of your sisters with black hair.
Cousins?
Oh,
Anna,
you
I
met
think.
Anna number 37.
Oh, there's a lot of you.
Yes. I have no clue why our family keeps naming us Anna. It's weird. Like me, I'm Anna number 38.
Oh, so you're like right after her.
There's not actually like, the weird thing is there's not actually like a set system. I'm actually
Oh,
older than Anna 1.
oh, it's
I
just
know.
randomly generated numbers.
I
Renji
guess
Maybe
says
it means
so.
something. Maybe if
Re,
you
Re,
put the
Renji just thinks it's a weird part of their culture.
Maybe if you put like the numbers in order of oldest to youngest, and then you put that into some like really cool like code or cipher or something, then it'll be like a secret message like find the treasure in the hidden caves of Herstadt. That's not
R-
how you say the
R-
place.
I'm
Renji just turns and stares at you.
I
I'm pretty sure
it could be. It could be.
I'm pretty sure our parents were just weird.
It could be weird and really cool.
Anyway, I will give you. She takes it and she inspects it. Uh, hmm,
It was from a
25,
magical deer, so
20,
it's really special.
20
No, it
gold
wasn't.
pieces.
Ah,
That's
I'm
fine.
being I'm being very generous.
thank you.
I expect you were,
Uh,
but thank
I
you.
have
I'll
I
take it.
have to try and convince first customers to come back a second time.
Well, this was
No,
just my opening offer. I had something probably a bit more
Yeah, you
unique for my second
mhm.
transaction.
You'll both notice that she acts kind of like flighty, and she's just a little strange and kind of out of tune with the world in
you have
general.
not noticed at all. She seems completely normal.
Like, hmm. Would either of you be looking for anything strange?
I would
Renji
have
would
right when I noticed her weird
Renji
voice.
will be looking for stuff strange because he knows one of her sisters is in his kingdom.
I would have just been looking because her voice was weird, and that was fun.
Roll a perception check then, Arashi.
Ah, shit.
I believe you have advantage on that.
Go, 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 Rashi. Go, go, Rashi.
Okay,
That's not your name. Shoot, Renji.
okay.
Yep.
Why do they both end
So,
in eyes?
here's what happened. For a very split second, you will swear that for 1 second that her ears appeared to be slightly more pointed, and that she had like transparent wings for a second, and then the image disappears, and everything looks normal, and you are the only one that sees this.
Renji just noticeably sticks that in the back of his head as someone else that also hides their true form.
Hmm. Also, another thing that I forgot to mention is that when you were in Alexander's place, if normally people have a sort of scent and different creatures have sort of different scents, when you were in there, you didn't smell anything from Alexander. Like you could smell Deb, you could smell Zarina, you could smell Barry when she arrived, you could smell all the books and everything. You could not smell him.
Hmm,
Like there was no he had no scent.
curious. And she has a scent, right? The one we're talking to now.
Yes, this one has a scent, kind of smells like hmm, like nature and flowers,
It's nice.
but also kind of like slightly like the sea,
Oh,
also not.
she just bathed in salt
But
once, and it just
Renji
kind of
just
clung
smiles
to
like
her.
It's an odd smell that you have not actually smelled before.
Renji just smiles and it's like, well, the deer hive was just our first transaction. I was also told by one of the townsfolk and Alexander that, or the last guy we met was Alexander,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and Alexander that you're a proficient enchanter,
Yes, my services are sometimes uh, required in that way.
and I was looking for a possible trade, maybe. And he would pull out the fancy +1 scimitar and then also set his sword on the counter and ask if she would be willing to take the scimitar for as the payment for putting a similar enchantment onto his sword.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen.
And this is the sword that Renji puts on his
This is
on
the
the counter.
story
His
all
sword.
about how my life got flipped,
She
turned upside
she
down.
she will ask you to give back 2 of the gold pieces that she
Yeah,
gave you.
she hands them, or I hand them over.
And then what she's going to do is she's going to take them, place them together, and she's going to wave their hands, and at once glowing runes appear along the edge of the scimitar, and then they rise up into the air and shift over to your weapon and they stick in place, and then uh they fade away.
That's so cool. How did you do that?
Magic.
Magic is a very curious thing as Renji reaches his hand out and his entire sword turns into blue fire and gets sucked into his hand.
Mhm.
Have we seen that before? Or is that new?
Yeah,
Uh,
but that's
so
usually
Okay.
how I make my sword appear.
Okay, it's still
now
really weird though.
what you will hear is slight clapping noise. And if you glance over to your right, you will see an old man sitting on one of the barrels that you hadn't
Oh.
noticed until now.
Hi.
And he'll
Hello.
be like, "That was fine work, Miss Anna." I can't get the voice quite right. Just imagine an old, like, like
Oh, I was fine.
wise,
That's not it
wise,
either.
wise grandfather voice.
Oh,
Okay.
it's
Oh,
fine work.
that's fine work, and
That's fine
Sound like
work.
Santa Claus.
I'm trying to think of
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of Decker Kane from Diablo.
I don't know who that is.
It's very fine work there. Oops.
Isn't he the one that does the stay a while and listen?
Hey, listen.
Let me see.
Anyway,
That's very fine work, Miss Anna. It's almost as good as some of my work in the past. And she'll be like, "Ah, Mr. Runatir, how I did not notice you there." And he will uh like raise one of his hands, and some slight blue runes will glow for a slight second on the barrel he's sitting on before disappearing. And he's like, "Most do not notice me when I choose not to be seen."
I can do that too. And I turn invisible.
Actually, okay.
Yeah. How is
Bren,
this spell slot?
Bren,
Huh?
make a perception check.
Oh no, I'm not good at those. Oh no. Okay, could have been worse. Don't know
Okay,
why I'm.
so you're the only one that notices this.
Oh,
When you turn invisible, do you move?
what do you mean? Like, do I take a step or do I like move my body?
I
Yeah, like,
think
do
I
you
think he's
move
gonna
or
hint
anything?
to you that if you move while invisible, the old man still tracks where you're going with his eyes.
Wait, while I'm turning
Just
invisible or after
a-
I'm invisible?
after you're invisible, do you
Oh yeah,
move?
after I'm moving around and stuff. I'm walking around.
Okay, so you will notice that he is blind in one eye, or you assume so.
Oh.
He has an eye patch over one eye,
Hey,
and
buddies.
his other eye will track you as you move while invisible.
Holy shit. Wait, wait,
You
wait,
are
wait,
the
what?
you are the only one who sees this. Renji, you
A
will
quick,
not see
a
this.
quick side question though. Now that I noticed he's here and I can pick up on it, was his smell here before, or did his smell just come here out of nowhere?
It just came out of nowhere,
Oh,
and
jeez.
Because
interestingly enough,
invisible people still give off a scent.
uh, normally like those who are elderly have their own distinct twist to a scent, like if you had an old wolfkin and an old human, they would both smell slightly similar because there's like an added thing in there. He doesn't have that. Okay, like he looks very old, but he did he doesn't really smell like someone who is really old.
He doesn't smell old. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just speak up and it's like,
Smell. Put that in the quote book.
Debanon
Yeah.
is
I'm over here, actually. You're looking the wrong way. I'm over here.
I'm still staring at the old man. I'm just
Oh.
speaking out to the room. It's just as interesting or as interesting as your invisibility is, I'm pretty sure what he did was far greater than invisibility.
I think he's really powerful.
And
What did you do?
his eye will snap to you, like not sharply. It's like a gentle snap of the eyes,
Hmm?
and his one blue eye will look deeply into yours, okay? And you will get the sense he's not looking at just you, or that to be more precise, he's not looking at just your physical form.
He sees the furry in you.
And he'll be like, "That is correct, young fox."
You are so cool. How do you do these things?
It comes
And
from probably ages of training, even though he's not as old as he seems.
he will raise his hand to his eye patch and be like, "Yes, there are some things age teaches you,
Oh my god,
and
I know who he is.
other
I don't.
things have a price associated with them."
Can my eye patch do that? Can that let me
Well,
see invisible people?
as
Big
we
people?
all know, Odin looks kindly upon those who strive for wisdom, as I'm staring straight at him.
He will give a slight smile that only you see, and he'll be like, "Yes, indeed."
Oh, did Odin give you the eye patch, which gave you special powers? That's really cool. He's really nice like that, I think. That's what I've read.
His eye will look at you and it will twinkle with amusement, but you won't be able to notice that without a perception roll.
Okay, I probably wouldn't. Anyways.
Uh, it'd be like a 5%. 5%. Okay.
Oh.
Anyway, uh, he will just give everyone a kind of glance over. He'll look at Serena for a bit of time, sort of slightly nod his head, and he'll be like, "Well, this has been a wonderful conversation, but I must be off." And he's just going to slowly walk with very slow steps out the door.
Just as
Bye,
he
Mr. Cool Magic Guy.
uh, as he's leaving the door, I just very casually mentions like, and I do hope so closely that the ravens carry my levers home safely.
He'll stop for a second, just be like, I do believe that there's someone who will personally make sure of it.
He can talk to ravens too? That's not fair.
And he'll walk out, and he'll walk into his side alley. And if anyone was looking at the side alley, so that happened. Now,
If
what?
anybody's what? Wait, what happens in the side alley?
He probably turns into a raven and flies off.
Swear to God, swear to God, swear to God, swear to God, this man.
So anyway, that all happened. Is Sam there?
Rip Sam, I guess.
Try messaging him.
Went to the
Probably
bathroom
still-
real
Hello.
quick.
Oh, hi. we're back.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Glad you're back.
we just met Odin.
Who you guys might think is Odin.
I don't realize it's Odin.
It's
I
a
just think he's cool and
suspicion
old.
that you guys have. Yes.
Renji. Oh, that's what Renji assumes, knowing how some of the gods work, considering his mom's connection to one.
Yeah, sorry, I went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
pizza
yeah.
messed up my stomach.
As they sometimes do. So,
I'll end up
anyway.
seeing it in the VOD, trust me.
Yeah.
If there's one thing y'all have learned by
Trust
now,
me, if
that I deep scrub.
no one else had brought it up, then you probably would have later.
Yeah,
after you
he
watched
would have caught it. You know what triggered it and made me realize it when you mentioned the eye patch, because I study mythology.
For a second, I thought that he was the cousin of the other guy because
And,
you said he was having an eye patch, and I'm like, no
There
way, we
was-
should talk about you. But
There
no.
was another clue. I don't know how accurate it was because it was bloody Wikipedia, but the name that
You're so
Anna
British. Shut the fuck up.
the name Anna called him by is Runatyr.
I could have
And that
told you
is
that.
apparently another name for Odin. It's also like a song by Gungnir.
Yep, Gungnir.
So
His
Wait,
spear.
does she know?
that's a
Does
bit.
she know?
So there were a few clues.
I would have immediately figured it out then if it wasn't for my or for you cutting out for me
Yeah.
or me lagging, and I did not hear you say the name.
I thought you said Mr. Rune.
No, Mr. Runatyr.
If it wasn't for American Gods, I probably would have said Mr. Wednesday would have been a really good one.
Ooh.
I actually
Wednesday
learned
Addams.
most of the shit I know from Odin. I learned from Myths and Mythology, the Netflix series.
So there were a lot of little clues. I was kind of almost beating the clues into you. I gave you a clue with his name. I gave you a clue that he was a master of runes and that he has a lot of experience with it. And then I gave you the little thing with the eye patch where he touched
The
it,
eye
and it's
patch
like
was the one that clicked.
some
Dang,
things
I don't know
have
shit about
a-
Norse mythology.
some
I'm
things-
screwed.
like some things have a terrible price to pay for them.
Oh, you're gonna have fun when we get to Loki. I will say that right now. You've got no idea. If you've watched Marvel, he's the fucking source material. Marvel ain't got shit on him.
No, Loki will be the hardest one for us
I
to
will
pick out.
say that all of the ones that I will be making, all the ones that will be introduced, I will be putting my own spin on them. They will be different from
You're
their
giving it the
mythology.
Marvel treatment.
They will be different from their mythology, but also slightly different from Marvel. So
Okay.
You're
they'll
giving
be
it the Marvel
different from
treatment.
both of them, but some inspiration will be taken from both
Anyway,
and other sources. So
I assume that concludes our shopping trip here.
that will conclude your shopping trip.
And I will let the two of them as sausage leave first, and then as I'm leaving, I'll just mention. By the way, your wings are rather beautiful. It's a shame that you hide them. As I leave the door.
She will, if you don't look, you won't look back, right?
I will do a slight glance over my shoulder.
Okay, then you'll see she has a slight blush on her face.
Ew, that's gay.
One of these days, we gonna get one of Braylon's characters in a fucking romance. I swear.
This is disgusting. No. Ew.
So you all go outside, and you all leave. And now we shall, let me switch back to my
Just
original
as we're
form.
walking down the road. So how much trouble do you think Thunk's got himself into?
Oh, I think he's killed people by
And
at least 7.
With that, we switch over to Thunk.
Woo!
And since I have no map for this, it will have to be imagination.
Theater of the mind.
He's not in the temple. He's outside of them.
Doesn't
Yeah,
have a map for that
I
either.
still don't have a map for that.
Just a
Damn if you do,
random
damn if you
street.
don't.
So
Technically, you do have a map for that.
technically, not an extensive one.
Let's go back to the town map. Just use the town map.
God damn it, the Orc
So-
Artificer followed us into this game.
I'm sorry. Discord won't load. It won't let me in now. Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay, so we switch to Thunk. He's walking down the street. There are a bunch of other people walking around. Nord is slightly behind him, hand on his pistol, and carefully observing Thunk with every move he makes.
Oi, Nord, if you're gonna be a babysitter, might as well make yourself useful. And he's gonna shove a bunch of pamphlets into his chest.
Nord will look down at the pamphlets and look up back at you, just be like, "Do you realize that I am not a member of your religion?"
I thought I've explained myself quite well.
That does not mean I'm going to pass out pamphlets.
Fine. Stay there with a grumpy look on your face and your head on your hip. Thunk matters not. And he's gonna take the pamphlets back and he's gonna start walking around the fucking churches, giving people pamphlets and inviting them to join his church.
So right out the doorstep, there are four. Okay, so there are four actually centralized.
Convert the friggin' clerics of other religions to
the-
yours.
There are only 4 actual centralized churches. They're basically side by side, and these are 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and they are the ones that are most commonly known. Of course, Odin is seen as the king of the gods and the father of all of them. All 4 of these. Then Thor and Loki are usually worshipped in private, and Thor mostly on the battlefield, Loki in the planks that you play on your friends, stuff like that. So you go around and you start passing out. You'll see that there are some priests and clerics from, not many of them actually, but there are a few that watch you do this, and some of them will actually talk to you, and they will not be confrontational. They'll be actually rather helpful and offer you some advice and be like, so you
Ooh.
worship the blood god.
Yes.
I've never heard of the blood god, but it would be interesting to have one.
Thunk
There's
will
currently
Thunk will start telling the story, cut them off and start telling the story of the blood god that he knows.
It sounds like the Blood God would get along very well with Thor and Bahamut.
Hmm, indeed. All three are gods of war.
Though he may get along better with Bahamut. From the sound of it, your one is more strategic. Thor is not a brute, but he's not as much one for tactics.
Not really. The Blood God is not necessarily one for tactics. In my perspective,
Oh, I see.
uh, the whole reason that he is deemed the Blood God is because he cares not for the matters of stratagem sorry, he's gonna fucking break up that word like stratagem, like he's trying to piece
Strategy.
it. Yes, that word. Thank you. Um, he just cares about battles, bloodshed.
Oh, then I stand corrected, sir.
In more ways, he's a little bit more barbaric than Thor, but it's a necessary evil.
I feel like, well, I hope that your efforts prove fruitful, and that one day he may be welcomed at Odin's table.
Oh, and for the record,
Uh,
he is not a snake. Just, just, just letting that out
okay,
there. If you ever find anyone that's worshiping him under a false name,
okay. May I know the name of him?
uh, what was it called?
Sotek Kal.
He's gonna switch to Orcish, and in a deep gut, Sotekal.
Uh, so the person you're speaking to actually speaks Orcish, and will respond back. It's like that is a very strong name.
Mm.
Uh,
So glad to have conversation with someone enlightened to the ways of the orc.
this would have been a priest of Bahamut that you would have been talking to. There would have been other ones around, like there is a friend standing near. There's more silent, dressed in black robes. That's a priest of Anubis. There's one lady that is a priestess of Demeter. Uh, and the priestess of Demeter is like kind of like off to the side and is like almost like not concerned very much with the speech, the talk that's going on. Uh, she's actually like uh she's like holding like some grains in her hand and is like playing around with them for some reason. You
Thunk
get the
not,
sense that it's very odd.
Thunk not understand the ways of the wild mother.
She won't even hear what you're saying at the moment. She'll be so ingrained with the grain.
I see what you did there.
Anyway,
And grain with the grain.
I hate it here.
No comment, dog.
uh,
Follower of Dogman.
he'll be like, uh, you won't have much to say. He'll be more of the attitude that as long as it doesn't provide unnecessary work for his god, then he doesn't really care too much about war.
Well, I mean, it technically falls into your jurisdiction. Followers of Dogman have to care for the dead.
We care for the dead after they are dead,
Exactly. And I leave plenty dead.
and that makes more work for us. So you can see why it's a little. We enjoy our job being respectful. We try our best to be respectful to those who have already passed on, but well, it is after all more work. Uh, I mean, if you were a farmer, how would you feel if you suddenly had a bunch more work, ton more work thrown at you?
Thunk never be farmer. You'd have to relate to Thunk in what he does.
Okay, imagine this. Imagine that you had a massive amount of paperwork. You know what paperwork is, right?
Not really. And he
He
holds
will
up the
explain to you.
pamphlet. Holds
He
up the
will ex-
pamphlet that's crudely written in crayon.
he will explain to you the horrors of paperwork, and will explain to you. It's basically like paperwork. You see, the more paperwork, the more work you have to do.
But Thunk enjoys his work.
You would not enjoy paperwork, and there is a lot of paperwork involved with preparing the dead.
Huh. Well, Thunk's sorry for that, Dogman follower.
The
Thunk.
the best the best way to explain that to be Thunk is be like that you have to stop killing people in order to go make 1,000 more pamphlets every time you kill someone.
Sorry, Dogman follower. Thunk's job is to put bodies in the ground. Thunk good at job. Thunk loves job.
As long as you don't put innocent bodies in the ground, then we will have no problem.
Wherever the blood god sends me, I am his tool.
Let us hope he does not send you to kill the innocent then.
Mm.
Because then we may come under. He will raise his hand and you will see like dark, shadowy tendrils sprout from his hand and swirl around. Then we will have some problems.
Dogman follower funny. He think he threatened Thunk.
You're free to believe that. And he will crack. He will actually crack again and grin and laugh with you. Words.
Who knew the churches in the north would actually get along with Thunk's happy ass?
I feel like the dreams having them get along with Thunk so Thunk doesn't commit murder.
I mean, this is how they view things. The ones of Anubis are the priests of Anubis are very pragmatic, and as long as you don't slaughter the innocent, uh, then you're basically okay with them. The priests of Bahamut are also okay with death as long as the reason was just. Or the person in question was harming the innocent. Uh, Same for the priests and priestesses of Athena. Demeter doesn't really. The priestesses of Demeter don't really care. They're concerned with nature and grain and the harvest and whatnot.
But no, Thunk would explain that his religion, it's more of a devotion thing. The blood god himself directs Thunk's he is a tool, an instrument of destruction that his god points him in the direction of something and Thunk destroys it.
There are indeed some creatures that should be destroyed. Why, the high priest of Odin himself was part of such a operation many years ago.
As long as there's blood to be spilled, battles to be fought, and wars to be won, there will always be a blood god. And as far as I'm concerned, I wish to be in the middle of every one of them.
Then I hope you shall get your wish, and that you may have many followers in the future.
Yes. Thunk needs to get rid of the false believers in the south. Damn snake worshippers.
At this, uh, the priest of Bahamut will have no reaction. The priestess of Athena will have no reaction. The priestess of Demeter is still ingrained in her grain.
Oh my God, I'm
And
going to quit this campaign.
the priest of
It's funny the exact moment you said that, Bryn, the
She's
triangle
fucking
thing
popped out.
popped up over your name.
I'm trying to get out of here. That's why. This entire time I've just been trying to leave.
And the priest of Anubis will raise his eyebrows and do an insight check.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because
dokey.
the Egyptian line has a snake god.
Luck.
Okay. I. Let's see.
Damn it,
And
I'm rolling
worse.
13.
Okay.
Thunk not
It
good at
won't-
seeing inside people's heads.
It won't be too noticeable. You will not notice much, but you get the sense that he knows what you're talking about.
Hmm.
And
Dogman
that
follower
he
knows that.
actually and
Oh, go
that
ahead.
he actually knows a bit of the true history involved with that. Not much, but a little bit.
Hmm. Dogman follower knows the snake worshippers.
Indeed. I've had some run-ins with them in the past.
They give blood god false name. They make false prayers. Thunk do not like that. Blood god do not like that.
I have heard of such a thing. Uh, you will notice that he has slightly pointed ears. He is a half-elf. And he's somewhat in his 60s or so. So he's been around for a while, and he will have know some of it. He doesn't know much, but he knows some.
Ugh. As far as Thunk knows, that cult is down in the south. Thunk no find traces of them in the north.
Yes, they are not welcome here. Any who worship the Dark One is not welcome among present company.
Laura's gonna look at Nord. Or Thunk's gonna look at Nord.
Uh, Nord will also know what he's speaking of. Okay, and he will nod as well. That yeah, the followers of Anubis do not appreciate the followers of the Dark One, as they call him.
Thunk no
Yeah,
not
because
this.
isn't the snake's entire thing like swallowing the entire world and ending everything?
Eh?
You're not here.
Honestly, it
No,
should. That sounds
sorry,
dope.
that I was supposed to be muted. I was asking someone IRL.
Oh.
Thunk no not this dark one.
He will take you. They will whisper into your ear, and they will not say his name, but you will know who they're talking about.
Thunk not know why. No name be said. What is there in the
Names
power of a name?
names have power, especially the names of gods.
Hmm.
It is said that if you speak the name of one, then they will be able to pinpoint your exact location.
You should not have told Thunk that.
Probably not.
Just gonna see a wide
Out of
grin on.
character, probably not.
Just gonna see a wide grin on Thunk's face. It's that easy.
Well, there are other things. Sometimes they are busy, but it's not wise to bring ones such as his attention upon you. And do a religion check.
Okay, I'm proficient in these.
Thunk's just gonna go around yelling his god's name.
No, he's gonna go around screaming Apophis. Luck. God
Okay,
damn it.
I will say that. Uh, one moment. Let me get my dice, my physical dice out for this. Let's see here. Okay, that's better. You will have advantage on that because the priest of Anubis actually feels that something supernatural is happening and slightly and divine is happening, and he will actually help you connect with it. You have just had your god pop up in your mind and basically tell you to follow along with it and to not speak his name aloud unless you have to.
Thunk's just gonna say out loud, yes, blood god.
Good boy. I didn't make that as gruff as I wanted the voice to be, but basically just like good boy, and then he
Good
disappears.
boy.
You guys really need to stop. Like genuinely.
Why?
Like you kept making it worse. It was fine when it was just a normal
I
way to be
think-
like, yeah, good boy. I'm like, yeah, that's how.
I think it's no. But have you played God of War 4? Basically that.
Yeah.
Kratos.
Boy.
Basically that. Yes.
They got Tilk, the actor that did Tilk to do his voice. They chose the right person.
Yes, they did.
They really did. So wait.
I was
The
expecting
priest?
him to turn to the entire time. I was expecting him to turn to the side silently and raise his one eyebrow. Whenever he spoke, it's hilarious. Anyway,
That
continue.
one line, the one line they stuck in there where he said his, friggin' catchphrase from Stargate was awesome.
Yeah. Indeed. Anyway.
So the priest of Anubis just confirmed that there is a god that he follows, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the look on Nord's face?
No. Well, let's see if he tells him. Yeah, he tells him. Slight shock, but also not really shock, more like just slight surprise that he's actually not insane.
It might be
And
better
then
to
once
just ask. It
and
might
then
just be
once
better
it
to ask
yeah,
less in next session.
and then once it well for now this is what happens, but if he doesn't agree with this, then sure. Uh, but it's only like a very slight surprise. Oh, he's not insane after all, and then it
Slightly less
goes
insane.
into acceptance. Like he has no issue with it currently. What were you saying?
I said slightly less insane. He's still insane.
Yeah, slightly less insane.
Oh, gods. So, I guess the blood god agrees with Dogman follower.
Indeed. Could you please stop calling Anubis Dogman?
But he is a dogman.
He's a jackal man, not a dog man.
What's a jackal?
He will tell you what a jackal is.
Oh, so that's a dog.
No, it's a jackal.
Jackals are part of the game. I can't fucking say that. Because Thunk's not that smart.
Just Jackal's same shape as dog.
Yeah, jackal same shape as dog, runs on all fours, has facial
Jackals...
structure of dog, has tail. Dog.
No. Jackals are related to dogs, but they're not dogs.
But that makes no sense.
The ways of the gods are beyond us.
I mean, The ways of my god aren't beyond me. Just hit stuff with stick, make it bleed.
That's because your god is a simple one.
Thunk's starting to realize that's the best fit for Thunk.
That it is.
Also, Thunk just used the biggest word I think he has ever used. Realize.
2 syllables. We're getting there. We're getting there, boys.
So anyway, this conversation continues for a while back and forth. It's like children saying no you, no you, no you. Okay? That's basically what it's like.
I'm
And
surprised
fine
I'm surprised
And
none of
the
the
whole entire time,
churches.
Thunk
and like
forgot
several
about him.
several members of the churches and passersby will just stop and form like a ring around this and like stare at this for a while. And
You
a
just
few of
started
them
the religious debate
a
outside the
few of them
temples.
will be like cheering for one person. Some people will start cheering for Thunk on. It'll be like, yeah, right, yeah, woo, yeah, that's right, take him down.
You know something funny?
Basically,
The,
you have started a religious debate outside of a church, and it's basically like two children saying, no, you, no, no, that's not right. No, this is not. You lie.
it's funny
But
because
it's not aggressive. It's just like really childish.
the religious debate would have happened a little bit differently if the events of the beginning of the session would have went a different way. Thunk was already mad from yesterday. If he wouldn't have gotten a single fucking follower before he had this religious debate, he might have resorted to smashing.
Well, you
But
see,
the
the
That's
guard
probably the
GM
po-
captain
can
made
do
him
a lot of things.
complacent.
that was probably be the point that the GM would step in and have your god pop in your head and be like, no, don't.
I mean, there are certain lengths to which the blood god can go because he already has many religious fucking symbols on his neck from kills in their own churches.
Yeah. That's this is an entire conversation me and the DM was having in the beginning. It's like, how do I deal with Thunk when he comes to my homeland?
And I was all like, you won't have to because I have everything in place.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't have to anyway, because my mother has the power of a friggin' god, so if he caused trouble, she could just deal with him.
I will say she comes quite close. She's not quite on that level, but she does have a lot of power.
Okay, she has more power than Thunk, and that's what matters.
I'd
Yeah.
also like to point out that during this whole religious debate, Thunk is neither confirming nor denying the presence of other gods.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a change.
He's growing. We stand. One icon.
No, it's just the fact is that he's in a good mood and he doesn't want to piss off anybody.
Oh well, that's growth too.
In his
That's a
head, he
first
still
also.
denies the existence of other gods but his.
You know,
And-
hey, at
Plus
least we
these-
taught him
Plus
how to be
the
polite.
plus the people you're debating with have acknowledged your god to be a real god.
Exactly,
True.
so he's treating them with respect.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. I don't
Yeah,
know the rest
so
of the lyrics.
something I have explained before is that they see almost all of the gods together as a sort of a family. Some of them are not because of various reasons, but
Thunk's god is not at the table.
Black
any-
sheep.
pretty much anyone that
Black
Odin
sheep
accepts
hanging
at
on
his
the wall.
table, he's accepting into the family. That's a term that is used to describe him welcoming them into his family.
Well, technically,
Whenever someone says "Welcome to the family," I just keep thinking of friggin' Resident Evil.
Thunk's
So,
god is
like-
not at the table.
Yeah,
Oh, rip.
it's a
For-
very distinct
For,
thing.
for a
Yeah.
very specific reason.
He's welcomed into the halls. He's welcome into his halls, but
But
not to his table.
he does not have a seat
It's
at the table.
It's a very important distinction. If you're welcome to the halls, you are a guest and you're treated with respect. If you're welcome to the table, you are family.
And there's a very specific reason why Thunk's blood god is not welcome at the table.
Is there like a kids table also?
There actually is sort of a kid's
Yeah,
table.
that's
The
great.
demigod
That's just
table.
my life.
I feel like Loki. I feel like that's the table that Loki has to go
He's
and
being
sit
punished.
at. It's like he's part of the family, but nobody likes him, so he goes
That's
sits with the
a
kids.
horrible thing.
But the reason
The
why
kids table isn't for kids. It's just for people that they don't like.
He only has to sit there when he's being punished.
as a player, I could tell you this, but Thunk will never admit this because it's blasphemous to his religion. The
Oh,
reason
rip.
why Thunk's blood god is not welcome at the table is because he's not a true god.
Ooh,
Yet.
tea. Yet.
No,
That's
he's not
actually
viewed
our
as a
goal.
true god by Odin.
Yeah.
Can we make him? We just
As
met
I
Odin.
said-
Can we talk to him and be like, hey,
As
can
I
this
said,
god be like a real god?
Things can always change.
Or to be more specific, you mentioned the children's table. He's kind of viewed as a child god. You know, like not
You're worshiping a
not-
baby.
he's kind. It's not so much a child as more like a youth thing. You know, like
Oh, so
he's inexperienced
he's
and
No,
this-
he's genuinely just a 5-year-old covered in blood.
he's this world's Bryn.
So
Hey!
when he gains more experience and more followers, then he will be welcome to sit at the table. But at the moment, it is kind of in a period where he's welcome as a guest, but not quite as family.
I
just yet.
think that's how you should approach everything, Thunk. I think you should just go to people and like, hey, will you worship my god so he can go sit at the big boy table?
Thunk can't do that because in his eyes, his god is bigger than everyone's.
When really he's like the youngest
Oh,
one
great.
there and the
It's
newest one on the block.
It's a size competition now.
Not necessarily.
Size matters!
When I
That'd
say
be the
that
name of the
he views
episode.
him as bigger as the other ones in that sense is because he doesn't view that there are any other gods but his own.
True. But still, he's the biggest because there's no one else there. Size matters.
Exactly.
In the episode.
You're not
For
wrong.
now.
His physical
For now,
appearance
Huge.
his physical appearance is bigger than most of the forms that they take.
Let's just
How
say
big are his
he
hands?
has to be huge for what he did.
Let's just say that his hands are big enough to pick up a dwarf.
Hey. Hey.
And
I
have
feel
his
targeted
thumb
here.
and finger fit around the waist of the dwarf.
Hey.
Most people are big enough to pick up dwarfs.
I like this. This
Yeah,
is
but
an attack on my
he
character.
can
Literally
hold
and figuratively.
he can
Thunk could
hold
pick
a
up
dwarf
dwarf.
in
So
the palm of his hand.
he's
Please
a
stop
giant.
picking me up.
So he's a giant.
Yes, he is quite large.
Oh, okay.
He's a large individual.
Thunk,
For-
can your god please not pick me up?
The deed that
Anyway,
the thing that he accomplished, he has to be that big because I see no
Well,
other way it
that's-
happened.
that's out of game stuff we might learn later. That's not necessary right now.
You'd have to
It's
learn
very
it from another
necessary.
priest.
Ah, dang. Well, if I just knew it, because I'm really
Who's
So
smart.
anyway,
actually
this
familiar with it.
continues until it's later, and then you all meet back up at the inn that I mentioned before, the Royal Bat.
Yes.
Sits down at the table, and Renji would just push a tanker of whatever the strongest shit the house had over to you.
And let's go to here.
You reload Roll20 again. It's not taking me places.
You know, I'm surprised none of
Well,
the
look-
priests said anything about all the
because
religious
you're-
religious charms around his neck.
They would not have paid enough attention for that.
Gotcha.
If they did notice it, it's
It's
called
huge.
crap. What's the wording for that? Self-preservation.
Those
No.
would probably be called more spoils of war,
Thunk
or
calls them
some of-
trophies.
or some of them might think that like
No, I meant
you
not
were
not I
confused.
meant not asking about the not asking about the trophies. It's self-preservation.
Mhm.
I could just imagine the priest of Anubis. How'd you get those? Why do you have so many religious necklaces? Oh well,
Just
you see.
someone points out that Loki one looks pretty fresh.
Well, you see, Thunk keeps trophies from all of his kills. You're what?
Yo, that looks like
Uh,
my brother's necklace. That's so weird. What a coincidence.
The priest of Anubis doesn't have any brothers.
Well, yeah, theoretical NPC.
Who the?
Um, and the priest of Bahamut
Anyway.
is also has no siblings at all,
Nerd.
unfortunately.
This is the
So
guard place,
anyway,
right? This is the guard one?
this is the inn bar restaurant that you were told about. Over
Yeah.
here, you will see a massive group of guards with a knight there. There is a barmaid there getting their order. Uh, you will see some random people on the bar stools. Some two women over here, just a gnome
Just
and a human that are just talking quietly, and you will see the barman behind the counter. He has. It's a bit of a shock when you first enter because you notice first his incredibly bright blue hair.
Not a shock to
Uh,
Thunk. Thunk no care.
Jacksepticeye, is that you?
Oh my god,
and,
get out
and
of here.
he will have like round glasses on that are quite wide, and he'll be dressed in like a bartender's uniform, buttoned white shirt, green waistcoat, green pants, and a red tie. I think is that it. He'll have a slight smirk on him at the time. When you come in, he will be mixing up several cocktails at the same time, quite acrobatically. He's throwing stuff up in the air and catching it at the last second. He's twirling things around, and he's putting on a show for all the people at the bar.
As we're walking, I look over the room. It's like, do we want to grab a table or the booth? Looks like those are the only ones
Uh,
that can fit our entire group.
And
I want the one with. Oh,
you will see one last small person. You don't see him at first because he's really short. There is a frog man sitting at one of the stools. It's a higher stool. He's not actually sitting. He's standing on the stool. Okay, and he's only like 2.5 feet tall.
finally, someone shorter than me.
And you will see that he has
Oh,
at
technically,
his
he's still taller than you because he's standing
Okay,
on the stool.
the technicalities are not relevant.
at his side he will have the handle of a rapier hanging from his belt with
Oh.
like a clip on. Like it's just the handle. You don't see a blade. So you're slightly confused by that, and it's just kind of like dangling from his belt.
Uh,
Oh,
Thunk, don't.
God.
Oh no.
So Thunk, what are you doing?
Frogman, friend or food?
The frog will turn around, and I don't know what kind of voice, how to make my voice like this, but he will speak in a somewhat sophisticated and a very British, very high British manner.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
It's kind of weird.
I just look at Devin and I'm just like, I will go with the booth and start
Hmm?
walking over that way.
So Orkman, what are you doing today?
Is Frogman friend or food?
Hopefully, friend, but if you happen to see me as food, you might find that I am not very desirable to eat.
Thunk has
You
eaten
might
plenty of
choke on
frogs before.
you might choke on something. and he will rest one hand on the
Oh, you don't
rapier
threaten Thunk.
Thunk's gonna raise an eyebrow at that. Was that a threat?
Not a threat, merely a warning.
Hmm.
But anyway, he'll stick out his hand. He's very short. Even with the stool there, he
He's
doesn't even reach your
Thunk
chest
is
height.
5 feet taller than him.
Uh, yeah, so even with the stool that's like almost 3 feet high, then he doesn't even reach your chest. So he's gonna look up at you with his big, like, just staring eyes that don't blink at all whatsoever, and he will extend his hand.
Thunk's going to think that he's had a good day. He doesn't want to upset anybody. He's going to shake his hand, but file it in the back of the mind that this frog has threatened him.
He will grasp the for your forearm. Do you grasp his?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to squeeze his hand?
Of course,
His
I'm an
forearm.
orc.
It's a orc. They do strong.
Okay. Okay. So, roll me an athletics check. Okay. Now, let's see what happens here. Oh boy. So, Thunk, you grasp this little frogman's forearm very tightly, and he doesn't flinch at all, and continues staring, unblinking into your eyes, and then he tightens his grip on your forearm, and you take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Wait, what? Why am I
He is
taking
that
damage?
strong.
You take 4 bludgeoning damage, yes. I
Hit,
rolled
hit,
a d4 for that, and he rolled the maximum damage on that. He gripped your arm very tightly, and
his
you feel pain from it.
Jesus.
Thunk isn't gonna back down. He's gonna put all of his might into it now.
If you're
Thunk.
going to do that, roll another athletics check. Uh, yeah, he doesn't squeeze quite as tightly, but he maintains his grip on you, and he still is not flinching, and you see no pain visible
Renji would
on
just
his
shout
face.
over from the seat he's pulling out. Like, if you want to arm wrestle, you probably want to move to a different table.
And he's like, "Yes, should we have an arm wrestle, tall orc?"
Hmm.
Oh God.
Thunk wants to see what Frogman is made of.
Indeed, he will let go.
Thunk will let go as well.
He will turn to the bartender. It'll be like, "Steven, bring a couple of ooh, oh, I don't know. How about a couple of black bloods to this table over here?" And Steven will glance over and he'll be like, "Coming right up." And so he will move over there. He will have to stand. He will have to stand. He will actually no. He will stand on the table.
Thunk's having a hard time fitting in his chair.
Okay. Uh, so the knights and soldiers will all see this, and they'll kind of like congregate. They'll leave their table eaten, and they'll congregate around here, and they will watch. and the barmaid will go and get the 2 drinks and bring them over ready to serve whichever
Reggie
wins.
rocks up behind the guards and say, 5 gold on the orc.
Oh my
The
god.
knight will
Here we go again.
the knight and several of the soldiers will turn to look at you. They'll raise an eyebrow and they'll be like, "All right, same on the frog, or as he is known around here, Kutir." So that is Kuatir. Kuatir.
Quatia.
I don't have much confidence in you, Punk, but I'm gonna try to back you.
And the 2 ladies there will get up and they'll go over. Literally, I won't move the rest of them, but literally everyone in the bar crowds around to watch this arm wrestle.
No.
And most of them are chanting the frog man's name.
Oh, that's gonna anger Thunk.
A couple of them start chanting Thunk's name, and they are hopeful.
I had to reduce my rage counter
Like-
by
like-
1.
Like
Yep.
their facial expressions are hopeful, but at the same time kind of like depressed, almost like they've seen this play out many times before, and the outcome hasn't changed even once. So everyone gathers around, and
Reggie gives Debadon a look of like, give our buddy a rousing speech or
Yeah.
something to fire him up.
okay,
Do I have time? Just a quick little ditty. Oh, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can.
That's the wonderful thing of bardic inspiration. It's a bonus action.
so Ren,
And it's a
your
class ability, not a spell.
your
Yep.
bardic inspiration is D6 right now, right?
I believe I'll double check. D8.
Excuse me.
It's a
Okay.
D8.
We shall see. D8.
And so you have
Okay,
a D8
so-
and add to your roll.
Thunk, you have bardic inspiration.
And he spent a rage point.
I will say that you have advantage.
Oh, I've got advantage. I'm raging.
because- Yes. Also because the little frogman is standing on the table and you have more leverage. But roll me an athletics check and then add the bardic inspiration.
Just for the role play moment, you're gonna see Thunk lock arms or lock his hand around this frog, and Thunk's eyes are gonna go into slits as the rage comes forth, and you're gonna hear him fucking mutter, "Blood for the blood god."
Here's where we need you to roll that natural 20.
Kuatir is going to smirk at you, and he is going to grasp your arm and prepare. All right.
Luck. That's
Okay.
my last luck point.
Okay. Alright, and you get the D8.
Yep.
Doing that. No. Okay, roll the D8. Okay.
19.
So 21.
21. Oh yeah, because I'm raging.
So. Okay. So what happens is that you go into a rage, and the knight here will go over here and he'll count you down on 3. 1, 2, 3. And you both Thunk, pour all of your might, all of your strength from the tips of your toes to the top of your brow into winning this arm wrestle. However, while you're doing that, you notice that Kuatir is just standing there silently, and he's holding your arm in place. Your arm is locked in place, and it doesn't even budge a single millimeter.
This guy's a level 20.
And then once you are slightly tired, he lets you keep trying, and then he lets his hand waver a little to the side. He's basically making not what he's going to do now is he's going to make it look like it's actually a struggle, but you know it's not a struggle for him.
And
He is
that
holding
pisses
all of your
Stunk off
strength back.
more.
And then he's going to slam your hand down on the table.
By how many points did Thunk fail?
Considering that he rolled over 30,
Ah,
Yeah, he's a level 20.
he is up there in power.
That and probably just got a really friggin' good roll. If you will roll a natural 20 plus your 7 plus a Bard Inspiration, you might have been able to do it.
But yeah, so he
Oh, I will drop my 5 gold then.
mhm. The soldier will take it and be like, better luck next time. And everyone will cheer Kuatir's name, but they will also chant Thunk's name because he has lasted the longest against him so
hey.
far. And Kuatir will kind of like whisper will like take your hand and like whisper in your ear and be like, I'm sorry, sorry for dishonoring your warrior pride with that little show there, but it was important to make it so that the others looked on you more favorably. You understand? And he will take the 2 drinks from the barmaid and hand you one as being, here, drink up.
Stunk will knock the drink back, but after that, he's just not saying any words. In his head, he is trying to commune with his god.
Okay. And was he trying to commune about?
Exactly why was Thunk chosen if there are people stronger than him?
T.
You will.
Thunk's having his first existential
Okay.
crisis.
Is anyone watching the Frogman?
I have been, yeah. I'm trying to figure out
Okay.
what the heck.
I'm
Just trying to
keeping
figure
an
out how
eye.
to beat him.
I'm
Roll a
keeping an
perception.
eye on both of them because I have the feeling that Thunk may lose it.
But both of you roll perception.
Okay. I have 3 lucks left. I'll use luck.
We have
Nope.
to keep an eye on the.
Both the
So-
same thing, guys.
Deb, you don't notice it.
Yeah.
Renji, you notice it. The Frogman's eyes will sort of like it's difficult to tell because he's a frogman and his eyes are continuously unblinking. But if he could have blinked, he would have, and his eyes will just glance over at Thunk while he's being quiet and just stare at like his forehead, almost like he can see something that everyone else can't, or just not necessarily see but sense something. And
Ooh.
Thunk, Sotekal he'll not say much, but what he will say is that I chose you because you were once like me. You remind me of me when I was young. Sorry, my throat
It's
is
all
sore.
good.
Yeah,
It's
that
all
was
good.
really
That
good.
was really good. Yeah.
And it's not how powerful you are now that is important. You have time. You are young. You can grow. I was once a very young orc. I lost my family to some disgusting scum. And when I was old, I took my revenge on them. It is not where you are now that determines whether you are worthy. It is what you do with what you have. It is what you will do that will make you worthy to be my champion.
Thunk will say out loud. All right, Thunk will train to beat the Frogman.
At this point, you will notice that Courtier will look at you right in the eyes and he'll smile a very wide smile. You'll notice he has no teeth. And he'll be like, if you ever want to train with Courtier or Courtier, just look me up. I am sure that we could have some interesting spars.
Hmm. Thunk
No,
will
you're doing
nod.
a French accent.
Oui, oui, les
It
bons
kind of
patois.
switches. It it kind that is actually something you will notice is that his voice switches at like twice. It will switch from a more common accent to an older accent, and he will have like a couple different ways of speaking. Like one point he will be speaking clearly and precisely uh as a commoner would, and then he would be speaking as sort of like a noble, and then at one point in time he will speak almost like someone from almost 300 years ago. It will be odd to you, but you will not think much of it.
I wonder what Renji's gonna say to him.
Say to the frog.
Yeah?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just watching, making notes.
So the frogman will
By the way,
talk
does
with
the
Thunk for a
frogman
while.
smell like a frogman?
Yes,
Okay.
and hmm, this is a very odd question, but would Renji have like I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Uh, would Renji have smelled anyone that was cursed in the past?
I would leave that decision up to the GM through what you know about my past and where I come from and
Okay.
what we have been up against over the last year or so.
I don't think this is important enough. There will be some points in time where I want to take one of you into a separate voice channel in order to
Go
relay
off.
some information and you can choose. But you would have smelled one person who had a curse upon them, and he doesn't quite smell like that. There's some similarities, but it smells almost like he has a curse, but at the same time like he doesn't. It's a bit of a contradiction.
So
But
maybe
yes, he smells like frog.
so in my mind it would be like I would think he had a curse but it got lifted. And this is like just the after aroma of like him having it.
Hmm.
Could that be thing I would be able to concern?
Roll an Arcana check.
No, I was just
No,
thinking,
if
like, would
you
that make
wanted to
sense?
if you wanted to actually figure that out, you would need to roll an Arcana check.
I will spend a luck point on that.
Okay, so here's the thing. So you will be able to tell that he once had a curse on him. Yes. However, at the same time, it will feel like the curse is not fully gone. Like most of it is gone, but parts of it seem to be still in effect, almost like a residue. And
Hmm.
it you will not be able to tell what the side effects are, but you will be able to tell that there are some side effects from that. But again, you don't know what they are.
Yep, I'll just chalk that up into the background.
Mm-hmm. So he will be drinking with Thunk. Also Thunk, that drink that you had, that tastes better than any drink you've ever had in your entire life.
Oh, really now, does it?
And uh, it gives you a decent buzz actually. It is quite strong, and you see,
Is it the strongest they have?
it's
I'm talking,
actually
I
not.
want 99% alcohol.
It's actually not. So you will see the Frogman. He will knock back two of them, okay, and he will be standing there absolutely fine, and
That
he will not look at all
that that
like he's
that
even slightly tipsy.
that means Thunk has to beat him at the next challenge, which is drinking.
I will say that would be difficult to do. It's possible, but difficult.
Thunk swaps out the good tasting alcohol for the strongest alcohol.
Okay, so
Just because that's his preference.
the strongest one they have is a almost bloodish red liquid
The
that
blood god approves.
is very fizzy. Like as it tickles your throat as it goes down, and it tastes like sort of a mixture of the best combination of cherries and strawberries you could ever think of or imagine.
This is the strongest?
It is the strongest. Uh, I didn't
Just
finish.
stand up.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
I have the feeling I know what this drink is based off of, and yeah, it doesn't. You don't taste alcohol at all, but when you stand up and go to walk afterwards, it hits you.
Okay, so here's what happens.
Oh.
Thunk tries to stand up, and he stumbles, and there's like his face like reddens slightly, and he's very clearly heavily tipsy after knocking back one shot of that. And the shot's not even that big. It's like a small cup. This is very, very strong.
Interesting.
And
It,
Thunk took it
it's
like a goddamn soldier.
it,
And
it's actually based off an actual drink, and there's a contest with the drink. If I'm not sure if like you actually know this or not, so you can tell me, Andrew. But there's actually a drink that basically tastes just like he describes, and there's a contest where you take it, you chug it, you get up from your stool, you walk out to your car and just grab something from your car and walk back in, and if you can sit down and order another one, both drinks are free.
I
Most people don't make it to the door.
I will admit I don't drink alcohol, so
Sounds like
I
some
don't
shit I try.
I don't actually know what you're talking about. But I guess that's a weird coincidence. That is a very odd coincidence. I've never actually heard about that. Which is weird. You'd think I would have heard about something like that. Anyway, if I will say,
There's
if you had
a
not have
it's there's a bar up in Pennsylvania that has it.
well, that's free information for the audience if they ever want to be flat out drunk in 3 seconds.
I'm gonna go buy one tomorrow. No.
So I will say, if you had
That would
not
be
gotten,
bad considering you're not even old enough to drink.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I will
I'll be
say,
fine.
if you had not gotten above a 16, you would have passed out.
Jesus.
It was that strong. Uh, so at the
Oh
moment
yeah,
you're just
alcohol.
very heavily tipsy, on the verge of being flat out drunk.
Try to kindly try to kindly usher Thunken the frog, if he wants to, over to the table we're at and get the waitress attention and like turn in the
Who's at the
coins.
table? Why am I back here?
Okay. So you will see the frogman. He will also take one of those, and he will knock it back and just slam it down on the table, which is not very far from where his hand is. And it was a slightly bigger tankard, and he doesn't really look all that affected by it. Like he glances at his hand for a moment, which sort of shakes a bit, but then he's fine. And just hops down from the table and goes over to where you guys are at.
God damn it, Andrew's already throwing level 20 adventurers at us.
Well,
The guards will all
I
go
was
back to
about
their
to
table.
say, technically we already ran into someone way above level 20 in the shop.
True.
You did.
Look, man.
Can you are you resistant to like poisons because you're a frog?
I am resistant to poisons, yes.
Hey.
But my resistance to alcohol is tried
Shout
and
out to
tested.
Sausage Roll sitting on the fucking
Oh.
chair.
As he deserves. Oh.
I will have him. He will sit on the chair. He will pull the chair out with his teeth, and he will sit on it, swaying his tail
Arashi goes,
side to side.
Renji would go over, steal another chair, and bring it over so Nord has somewhere to sit.
The
I-
frog man jumps up and walks over
Oh.
and stands in front of Sausage Roll, and just looks at him, staring into his eyes, unblinking. Just this.
That's a horse.
Just
If you've
just,
never met
just-
one before.
This is clearly not a horse.
Frogman has real bad tongue lost straight at the, oh yeah. Frogmen have bad habit of staring at people.
Did I already have a
Oh
Nord
shoot, the
joke?
horse is dead. The
Oh, yeah.
panther's the one who's alive. My bad.
Arashi just makes
dead.
Arashi just makes eye contact with everyone from across the table and just be like, it could be a side effect of whatever curse he still has effects from.
You are
His head
cursed.
will shoot to you, and he will slowly pad over. You hear like a wet slapping, almost, as he like pads over. He's like, just stands there and looks you right in the eyes. His unblinking yellow toad eyes looking straight at you.
Yep. Frogman has staring problem.
I
And
didn't mean
he'll
to
be like,
I didn't mean to offend you. It's just the smell fills the room.
someone could take offense to that.
Do you?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Do you take me
surprised.
for?
I'm
Do you take me
surprised.
for a simpleton?
I'm surprised
Take you for a
Foxman can
frog.
smell anything with Thunk in the room.
Indeed, you have a very strong smell, my new friend.
We try to get him to bathe.
I do bathe.
Emphasis on try.
I do bathe, Foxman. Or he's gonna hold his mouth like he's gonna throw
Yes,
up a little bit. The blood of
he,
my enemies.
so he will look at you, Renji, and if he could, if he had eyebrows, he'd raise one and be like, uh, that is a very good perception you have there, young man. Not many can tell that I was once under a curse.
It's not the first time I have smelled it.
But
It's not a pleasant scent.
to answer your question, it is not directly related to my tolerance, but it is somewhat related.
Were you cursed to be like super strong and cool?
No, this is many years of training.
Oh. Were you cursed to be a
No,
frog?
I
I have been a frog all of my life. Thank you
I
very
have the
Oh.
feel. I have the feeling the side effect of his curse might has to deal with the change in his speech.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes.
He will look at you and say, "Good guess, but completely wrong again."
Oh. You just talk like that 'cause it's fun?
Hmm. Sometimes, yes. Indeed.
I've read stories where like this guy who was like he was like a knight. He got like cursed by like an evil woman, and he was turned into a frog until like a queen came and like just gave him a hug, and then he was back to normal. So, but that's not what happened to you.
I heard a different version, but
Same
Oh.
here.
Yeah, Renji just raises an eyebrow. And it's like, I'm pretty sure the story goes differently, Bryn, not Bryn,
Debanon.
friggin'
Yeah.
Debadon.
Listen, guys, I
Debanon.
tried to change a little bit so that it wouldn't be just a repeat. And you all, no one yes-anded me there. This is not how improv works.
do you have any idea how old that is? It was around when I was but a little lad, yeah.
Even orcs have it in their culture, except in our story, the queen bashes the frog over the head with a war club.
That's mean. Did the frog survive?
I mean, obviously, he turned back.
Okay.
Well, yeah, in the orc version of the story, he turns back into an orc and then, well, repopulation.
Pretty much.
Is Andrew dying?
No, I don't
You
think
good?
anyone caught it, but I said "nya" at the end of his sentence.
Oh, I caught it.
Oh, I caught it. I was specifically ignoring it.
I didn't catch it, and now I'm pissed.
Darn it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scream.
Oh,
Shame.
God.
I
Darn
was
it.
letting you hang in your shame.
Darn it. Anyway, uh, so
Why are you like this?
I don't know. Anyway, what was I getting at?
Your curse.
Yes, I'm very cursed.
Oh.
His voice changes again.
What were you cursed for?
Remember, I do not.
Probably crossed the wrong witch.
If
Are
anything,
you?
the witch would have crossed me.
Why did the witch cross the road?
To get
Probably
to the hut on the other side of the swamp.
either that or to find some frog legs for her next spell.
I was just gonna say because she didn't know which way to go, but yeah, that's probably more accurate.
At this point, he like devolves into like slight muttering, but you can still hear him. He's like, "Why would a witch want frog legs? Why? If she wanted frog legs, why would she curse me to have frog legs? That makes no
Stunk
sense."
speaks up because frog legs are fucking delicious.
Frog legs
You
are
got that bad place to say that.
frog legs are delicious.
Thank you. He looks at Devanon.
What? It's
I'm
not
gonna
like
grab my dick.
it's not like frogs are my kin or anything. I just look like one.
Oh, you're not a frog.
No, we were created by magical means.
Oh.
We have no relation with frogs. That's just the appearance that was chosen for us.
Ah, so that's why you beat me. Magic.
Well, to be fair.
I'm not infused with magic.
But you just said that you...
Renji just
Thunk's brain is just
slightly
gonna short
turns his
circuit a
eyes
bit.
to the side.
I was created by magic. That does not mean I am magic. And also, magic is not why I beat you, but my own strength.
My
Thunk.
parents told me I was created by magic too.
Thunk was born the old-fashioned
The
way.
entire table just goes silent and stares at you.
What? That's how they said.
Sounds
kids
like
are
your parents
born.
are naive.
No, but they said that's how. Because I was like, oh, how was I created? How is everyone created? And they're like, oh, magic.
Know how
That's how kids are born.
reproduction happens. Your parents do not.
I mean, it
I'm
might have been a
confused.
magical night, but I don't think it was actual magic.
I'm
The skull on
very
your
lost.
the skull on your belt will speak out like, "Und ja, I have asked
What?
her about her parents many times." And she'd be like, "Oh, they taught me this. They said this," and I'm like, "Her parents are weird."
The
You
response from the
got by the
frog
weirdest time.
when the skull starts talking.
So the
You
frog man, who has a name, but I'm not going to pronounce it every time. I'm just going to call him Frog Man. Will look over at the
He's
skull.
taking the Thunk approach.
Will look over at the skull and just be like, strange.
He's my
I'm not-
friend.
I've not seen a talking skull in many years.
Oh, when did you last see one?
200 years ago.
Oh, did you know him by any chance? I'm talking to my skull.
No, this skull in particular. No.
Oh,
Why would I know this skull in particular?
I don't know. Maybe it was the same skull. What about you? Do you know
Oh
any
no,
other
he was
skull
a
heads?
completely different skull. He was
Oh,
throwing magic at me.
I think that's
Ah.
called a lich.
Ah, a demi-lich, you know of them. Or Dracolich.
Stories.
I forget name. I forget what it called. Demi-lich? Dracolich? I don't know. Only I know
D-lich.
it's talking skull. He throw magic at me. I stab him through mouth. He die.
I'm beginning to think that you're cursed with memory loss.
It could possibly happen. I have lived for many years.
Some
I
people,
can't.
some people will claim immortality is a curse too.
Immortality's cool.
Ah, yes, they are. Renji, if you want to make a let's call it a nature check, then
Ooh.
to find
See?
out specific information, then you could. Like, for instance, the natural lifespan of his people normally. Yeah, the natural lifespan of his people is normally no longer than 80 years.
Yes,
And
since he's still standing in front of me, I would just mention, yeah, some people consider immortality to be a curse. I will raise an eye.
His head will look to you, and there'll be like a slight, almost nod.
You have then
Be like,
Thunk
yes.
pipes up in the corner. Immortality isn't a curse. Thunk would love to have immortality. Thunk would go around giving the blessings of his god one bloody battle at a time.
If came at price, maybe you not say same thing.
And Thunk, what happens after there's no one left to give blessings to? If you have lived so long that you have done everything there is to do and there's nothing left to do, but you still can't pass on.
I have devoted my mind, body, and soul as a tool for the blood god to be an instrument of destruction.
What
There
happens if
is
you
nothing more for me to do. It is
what
my
what what
sole purpose.
what would happen if immortality made you outlive your blood god?
My blood god is immortal. I will simply
Is
be
that
his
true?
favorite.
Is that true?
For as long as I worship the blood god, he will reign.
Will
This
he
way,
rain
I
blood?
ensure his immortality.
Well, as he said, you never know what the price for immortality could be.
I mean, we got a lot
For
of gold. I don't
for
think we're
for
really worried about
for
that.
for all you know, the price of immortality could be the loss of all memory or even any concept of your blood god. Would you want more immortality if it made you forget about your god completely
But
forever?
then you could just remember it.
Foxboy gets point. He will go over to you, and he will pull out a small frog toe, and he will put it like next to your plate and be like 1 point.
Wait, we're playing a game? Shoot, I don't understand the rules at all.
Whether I know the name or remembrance of my god does not matter to me. My destiny is his instrument, and he has guided me as thus, even when I did not know his true name.
An interesting perspective to have. If only some others had similar perspective.
I feel like that was a call out for someone. Like, I can't figure out who.
So it's at this point that two more people will walk through the door.
Ooh. We should talk to the other people
Oh,
in here.
by this
There's so
point,
many people in here.
by this point, Renji will have ordered his food and whatever the closest they have to what sake would be.
They will actually have that.
Oh.
That's what he would be ordering then.
They will have that exactly. And that is another thing that the Frogman will mention, is he will take a glance at your sword, and he will make some note. He will make a remark about it and how it's been a while since he's seen a samurai.
I was taught by one, but I don't follow the same teachings
Code.
to the letter that they do.
Follow not code of samurai.
I follow a code of honor, but not the samurai's code of honor.
Interesting. No, truly interesting. Is at this point he'll look up as the two men are walking in. Both of them will have similar coats to Alexander and Charles,
Hey.
and they will have pale skin. One of them will have like brown eyes, and the other will have blue eyes.
Sam's gonna,
And both will have long black hair that
Thunk's
goes
gonna
down their
raise an
shoulders.
eyebrow at that.
And the
Looks like
Oh.
some
frogman
more of
will
Alexander's friends.
Yeah, yeah, I
frogman
stand
will
up.
hop over to the edge here, and he'd be waving his hand and hopping up and down. It's like, Isaac, Isaac.
It's the dude.
And then and
I
another.
was about to say they should be able to recognize that Debanon is wearing one of their coats.
Yeah,
And
I'm
so
standing up. I'm like excited.
these two will see him and walk over, and he'll thrust his hand out, and Isaac will grasp it with his forearm, and they'll uh, grip each other in a friendly hug, and step back, and he'll be like, "Oh, you brought Mr. Lauren as well." Uh, Mr. Lauren will have a very stoic face and a very short beard, and he will just raise his hand like casually in a hello, and he's not gonna say anything. Uh, Isaac will speak with Courtois, Courtier, not Courtois, Courtier, and they will have a conversation right next to you guys, and it's basically just like how the frogman will ask Isaac how the sea has been, and what the weather's like on the sea. If he's he caught any pirates recently.
What time of the day is it?
It is currently nighttime.
Thunk's gonna squint a little bit.
And
He's gonna get up from his chair, and he's gonna look both of them over.
okay.
And he wants to roll to see if these two are vampires.
Hmm.
Because
In that
remember, the
case,
blood god's natural enemies are serpents and vampires.
well, that
Just
last
knew,
don't-
just knew
Please
who
don't
we
hurt
ran
my
into
friend's
earlier.
cousin. Please don't hurt my friend's
actually,
cousin.
I will say that last part is slightly incorrect. It
Well,
depends on the
Thunk doesn't
vampire.
like them.
Yeah.
Because rather than spilling the blood, they're taking the blood of others for themselves instead of giving it to the blood god, which is his rightful tribute.
Yeah.
So Thunk
Well,
doesn't like them.
Yeah.
Don't hurt my friend's cousin.
A quick
I
thing we
beg.
kind of realize now is though all the people that wear the same coat that Debadon got seem to look like they're vampires.
So anyway, if you want to roll a
Insight.
insight check. Moment. Uh. mhm, mhm.
Why are you humming the Here Comes the Bride?
Da 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 da.
Of course,
It's
Thunk,
not.
Thunk
It's
has
not.
found his new wife.
It's
Oh
not.
no!
No, it's
Oh
not
no!
quite that, but you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. They look very pale. However, they also look like they have blood running through their veins. So they look human. They don't look like vampires. And you will see one of them smile and open his mouth, and there are no fangs.
Mm.
You'll see Isaac do that
Mhm.
when talking to Quitir. So you can't tell. Renji, no matter what you roll, you will smell nothing from them. They don't smell like anything, just like Alexander.
Vampires don't have a smell, do they?
I will
Like they
neither
smell like death.
confirm nor deny anything like that. If one of you wanted to roll perception on what
Ooh.
they're wearing, I would not
What
stop
they're
you.
wearing?
Yes.
Thunk is
Sure.
still unconvinced. These guys came out in the middle of the night. They're pale, and this is the
Shit.
first time he's seeing them, so he's skeptical. God damn it!
Neither of us.
So
know.
wait,
Neither of us.
the night that we fought with in the catacombs, brother was the one that ran the shop, right?
No, different.
No.
It's Charles is the man that I met pre-stream,
Okay.
as a one-off because I wanted to sell something,
Mhm.
and he's a merchant that just travels around, and we've met him a couple times.
Okay,
And
And
he's
yeah,
my
and
buddy.
Alexander
Charles'
is his
brother,
brother.
yeah, Alexander's
Charles' brother
brother,
runs the shop.
and this one of these guys is
Isaac is
also a
their
brother.
cousin.
Yeah,
Isaac is
yeah,
their
cousin.
cousin.
Isaac is the
Okay.
cousin. You will know this. Demonon, you will see it because they're
Oh,
not
hey.
they're not trying to hide it.
So
And
cool.
Thunk, I will say that you will also notice because they are also
Oh, okay.
they're not trying to hide it. Both of them and Demonon, you will have noticed that both Alexander and Charles also have this.
Ah.
All four of them have rings on their right hand, on their
Oh.
on their pinky finger.
Oh, so they're not all married.
No, they all have rings on their pinky finger. The rings are made of silver, and they all have they all have rubies in them, and engraved
Oh.
in the center of those rubies is a symbol of a bat.
Oh, like the coins.
Also, like the symbol you saw on above this inn that you're currently in.
Ah, so that might just be the town. These guys might be important people of the town.
As Thunk's
Maybe the
contemplating in
entire
his
town is
mind.
vampires. Maybe the
Thunk's
entire
got
town
his
is
hand
vampires.
on his war club.
I don't notice the tense air, and I jump up from my seat. Hi. I know your cousins. I know both. You seem cool. Hi.
Charles, yes.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
met
about
them
to say
because they
he
both know
should be
things.
able he should be able to recognize her boots, her
He-
coat, and her eye patch.
Yeah, he does, and he will look at her eye patch for a moment and be like, "Ah, I see Charles gave you my old eye patch."
Yeah, I got stabbed badly. I think. I don't remember canonically.
It would be if I could offer some advice. So you were stabbed in your eye, yes?
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
already
it was not
informed her
good.
to not remove the eye patch.
I
That
still
is
don't
good
know why.
advice.
They didn't tell me why.
You'll see.
What does that mean? I
You
don't
you
see,
should
actually. That's kind of the point.
you should keep the eye patch on, definitely.
Thunk's
It should be a nice surprise for you.
Thunk's
Does
gonna look
something
at
bad happen when I
Devanon
take it
and
off,
then
or does something good happen when I take it off? And I just shouldn't see it yet.
Something, if you keep it on for a week and then take it off, then something good will happen.
Thunk.
I can do that. Yeah,
I
I'm
want
good
to
at
roll
waiting.
insight on that.
Okay.
I'm trusting it. I trust this man blindly.
Thunk does
He's a
not
friend of
trust
mine.
these two
Is
at
the only
all.
is Richie the only one that realizes that they're probably referring to regeneration magic?
God damn it!
So
I kind of figured
I
that
rolled
out, but not
nothing
my
but
character
nat
didn't.
20s last week. What the fuck is going on, roll 20?
Balance.
So-
Karma.
you rolled badly enough. One of you could give the help action before, but you rolled badly enough. You can't tell what their intentions are, but if anyone else were to roll insight, they would be able to tell that they're not trying to hide anything, and they genuinely are trying to help.
Yeah.
Like they generally have an interest in helping.
Yeah, 'cause they're my
And
buddies.
that
The orc is the last
something good will happen to her if she keeps the eye patch on.
Y'all are saying this, but y'all want me to roll high because the last thing you want is an uncertain holy paladin orc.
Hmm.
True.
Who thinks there's two vampires in his presence?
It'll
So,
be fine.
So I would look over to Thunk. I would look straight at you, Thunk, and it's like, sit back down. They're completely fine. They don't smell odd at all.
The frogman will speak up, and he'll say, "These are good guys. I have known them for a long time. They have
Yeah, they
helped
have cool coats.
they
They
helped
gotta be
me
good.
when I was having trouble."
Thunk leans down and looks at this one.
At which one?
The one in front of Thunk.
Okay. And what does Thunk do?
Are you a fanged one?
He'll look up at you, with his dark brown eyes, and he'll just be like, "To what are you referring?"
Vampire. He
Hmm.
says with venom laced on his tongue.
I believe you should calm down, sir. This is a crowded area with innocents. If you want to pick a fight, then I would ask that you do it somewhere else.
I think I've got my answer.
I will say nothing, but okay. So he's talking in a voice whisper that only you can hear
Oh.
at this point. So
Oh,
he'll
boy.
be like, well, we don't like to advertise it, but there are some of us have problems that require us that we have to deal with, and we don't necessarily like having to live the way we do, but we don't have much of a choice. And I can
Oh,
say that
fuck.
no one in our group has ever harmed an innocent.
Thunk's gonna look to Nord. Does Nord have his hand on his pistol?
Only you could hear that.
Nord cannot hear this.
No, just the
Um,
way Thunk's acting. Does Nord have his hand on his pistol?
He will have his hand on his pistol.
and Renji's staring at you.
But Isaac is going to speak with the rest of you for a little bit of time while Mr. Lauren over there here is whispering with Thunk. Uh, you will get the impression that Isaac is rather nice, and he will let you know that he's a captain of a ship and he's a sailor. You will also see that he has a different eye patch over his eye, and he makes no mention of it. But halfway through, when he's done talking with you, he's going to snap his eyes over to Thunk, and the one eye you can see will sort of like glaze over for a few seconds, and then he'll be in sort of a trance, and then he'll snap out of it and he'll walk towards Thunk and greet him friendly. It's like, "Hello, uh, are you okay?"
Thunk is going to look at Nord. Notice the hand on his pistol. Notice Renji watching him. Probably have his hand on his sword.
My sword is not
Not
even on
visible.
me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
My
I
sword is
forgot
not visible.
you make that shit appear and
I'm
disappear. I forgot about that.
Dab looks very nervous though. Dab's kind of looking between you two, like, please don't kill people.
Well, so I was just gonna ask if you're okay, and he's going to whisper, you're going to. I I feel that if you this is rather forward of me saying, but you will make your god proud in the future.
Uh, that's gonna take Thunk back. Who said that?
the one with the
No,
eye patch.
the one with the eye patch, yes. This one, he'll say, you will make your god proud in the future.
The one that looked like he has a had the when he first started coming towards you, he had like a glaze over moment, like he was seeing or getting told something.
Thunk is gonna look down, anger building. What do you know about my god?
I know his name. I know his origins. I know much. Though he will raise his hand to his eye patch. I paid a heavy price for this knowledge.
Wait, is this the one we suspected to be Odin?
No,
Nope, this is a different person, but
the one we supposed to be Odin was really fucking old.
I was about to
you
say, if
will
I'm about to piss off the king of the gods, this is gonna be fun.
you will as a player, okay, out of character, know that he is referring to something very similar. Thunk doesn't really know much about it, but you the fact that you can draw parallels means that it is related.
Mm. I don't think you know very much about my god at all.
Perhaps I do not, but I know you, and I know you will do great things in the future. I only ask that you stay your hand while you are here. You are a guest of ours, and we would like you to feel welcome here.
Luke's gonna narrow his eyes. Doesn't mean I have to trust you. One of you goes for any of my compatriots or me, it'll be the last thing you ever do.
I assure you, if such a thing did happen, then you would have a very long line ahead of you to deal with the perpetrator.
In an act of maturity, which is something that is rare, he's going to take his hand off of his trunk and sit back down. But keep an eye on them.
Reggie raises an eye to that and just in the back of his notes, must have been a really good day for him.
So anyway, Isaac and Mr. Lauren will again greet all of you, and he will talk for a little bit and then say his goodbyes. Uh, he and his friend will go over to the bar, and they will ask Steven for the usual. He will take out a bottle
So
and hand it to them.
just to be honest, Thunk came out open or said out loud that asking if he was a vampire, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so we all of us at the table heard him ask that.
But none of you got much of a clear answer except for Thunk, and even then it was very much a non-answer.
Thunk basically said, I got my answer, and then dropped it.
Yeah. So
I'm just running some parallel thoughts through Renji's head and like trying to figure out what he would pick up from what was going on. Because
Renji,
he know they didn't have a scent, but he probably has never met a vampire before, so he doesn't know vampires don't have scent.
And they're wearing silver.
Yeah.
uh, so Renji, did you want to roll? You are a fair distance
Ooh, excuse
away,
me.
but did you want to roll to try and smell the bottle that is passed over the counter?
Um, I can attempt it, but there's probably a lot of smells going on in this
There
room.
are a lot.
So
You would need a
something
very high.
that far away would be hard. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You don't get anything. There's just too many smells. Thunk smell doesn't help.
Yeah.
Uh, so they will take the bottle and they will walk around and they'll greet people. Other people will recognize them and greet them. They're kind of like the owners of the place. They're kind of like the managers or whatnot, and they're kind of inspecting and looking around. Uh, and then once they're done looking around, they will leave, and they will disappear into the night.
Vampires are cool.
Yeah, but we know three. We know of three of them, and we're probably pretty sure the person Bryn talked to, or Debadon talked to before, is probably also one.
What if I became a vampire?
I will neither
Unk would
confirm nor
kill you.
That would be mean.
You better hope Thunk's having a good day.
Well, actually, no. To put it more specifically, if you became a vampire, Thunk would hunt down and kill the person that turned you to try to turn you back, and if he couldn't turn you back, he would then kill you.
Pretty
Well, if I
much.
want to be a vampire.
unless his god stopped him.
I want to be super strong and fast,
Well,
like Twilight.
Actually, most
I
of the time
cannot
the
believe you
vampires are
brought that
not
up.
strong and fast.
I
I
thought
cannot
that would
believe
hit
you
someone.
brought that
I
up.
thought that would hit
Brought
someone. I
what
thought
up?
that would hit someone. Twilight.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Just
Please
no.
don't bring that up.
But
My
no,
mom
if you'll
watches all the time. I
remember,
have no clue about the plot.
if you'll
No,
remember from last session,
if you want to go off the actual stats for vampires, Bryn, they're actually pretty weak and has a lot of disabilities unless they have drunk blood sometime recently.
That's okay. I'll
Your
just
your current
drink
form is
my own
probably
blood.
your current form is probably stronger than a vampire that hasn't drank blood in the last 24 hours.
if you
So,
That's
remember from
fair.
last session, Arashi asked, "How does Thunk feel about vampires?"
very differently to his god.
Very differently.
It's going to take some divine intervention to stop him from
Which
killing
it
them on most
which
occasions.
Yep, probably.
which is funny considering you said you were molded to be your god's tool.
And yet you're kind of, sort of, rebelling against him in some aspects.
I feel like he'd be proud of that. Like, don't follow the rules. Death to the man. Don't conform.
So when the anarchist becomes the man, yeah, kill me,
So-
do it.
Anyway,
You all have a good time. S- Let's see here. How much are you all drinking?
single bottle. That's all.
Okay.
After
I'm
getting
going to
beat
ask.
by a frog, being denied a kill on the things that he doesn't like, Thunk's drinking this bar under the table.
Okay, so you pass out. They keep coming. You pass out. The frog man will continue drinking.
Literally, Thunk just gives the bartender 50 gold, tells him to give him as much until he passes out and he can keep the rest.
And then when Thunk falls to the ground and is still asking for more, Courtier will stand over you and like feed you some from like a tankard. Just be like, there.
God.
I just imagine someone gets a tankard and then some sort of like tube and just or like a reed and just runs a reed from the tankard to Thunk's
Oh
mouth.
my god. That's like waterboarding.
Pretty
Jesus.
much.
Okay, so Thunk passes out.
I feel bad for Thunk's liver.
Courtier just stands there after he's passed out. It's like, new drinking buddy has passed out. What do now?
Find new drinking buddy.
It will scratch the top. He'll scratch the top of his head and be like, I drank everyone under table already, even the y'all. And I thought he'd actually this one has done better than y'all.
I mean, I just ate ice, so I didn't
Well,
even
if you
technically
want,
drink anything.
well, if you want something to do, you can help me take Thunk up to his room
Oh,
because most of us will have a hard time carrying him.
need him taken up to his room? All right. He, with one hand, he picks him up, and then he uses his other hand and puts him in like a princess carry, and carries
my
him
God.
all the way up.
Is dragging
Like-
the tankard with him.
Yes. He just carries him all the way without any help from anyone. This is a super strong frog.
Go, frog.
Thunk is just being carried and he's just dragging the whatever remains of that keg with him.
Oh my god.
So at this moment, I will tell you out of character that he has a plus 17 to athletics.
That's a big number.
So
Yep.
He's a
Like-
level 20 adventurer with expertise.
he is pretty close to that, yeah. I don't always conform to the leveling system, but some parts of it, yes.
Could I?
We're surrounded by strong people.
Yes, you are. However, did you guess?
No way.
Maybe when we ran
literally,
She's a
into
literal god.
maybe when we
I-
ran
vampires.
into a god than just a shop.
I will say that almost every named character that you have come across until now would hand your asses to you.
Meanwhile,
boy.
Thunk, the
Very true.
character who has no brains, who
I would
prides
say
himself on strength, is in a deep depression right now and
I would
drowning
say
himself
all
in a
the
keg.
I would say all of them but the guards we met and went through the tomb with.
Also, the little girl, because it's a
Nah,
little
she
girl.
could also kick our asses.
Oh no, I wouldn't be surprised if the little girl's stronger than the frog.
Exactly.
Level
Might
level
find it
20
hard to
monk in
kill her
disguise.
if you tried.
Exactly. She's actually
She's
another
been
god who
adventuring
disguised
since
herself as a
she
little
was
girl.
7.
She disguised herself as a little girl. She's actually just another god.
That's not quite it.
I don't believe you.
She's been adventuring since she was 7, got the monk ability timeless body.
I was about to say,
would-
for all we know, that could have been Loki. He has went pranced around as a child before.
Would you believe me if I said this was just a normal little kid that they
God, no.
adopted?
Fuck no.
Would not believe that. Not at all.
Oh my word, this is gonna be so funny.
I would say
Uh,
yes, I would believe you, but that's only because as a GM myself, I know the tricks we pull.
Mr. DM.
As a friend, I know you better. Don't pull that bullshit on me.
No, I'm not lying this time. I'm telling you
No,
right now. It's just
the
a normal
child is
girl.
just a child because of the things that are guarding the child.
The child literally is just a child.
Wink, wink. Okay, DM, whatever you say.
The child's a child that has
Inside check on the DM.
that has 4 vampire uncles.
Yeah. With a no, there are other people.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel
You
it.
know, for someone whose backstory is very murder hobo-y, I can't murder hobo.
You could. Just
I
don't
have
be a
the
coward
feeling
about
that's
it.
I have the feeling that's why we're running into strong people. It's the GM's way of handling your murdering.
Can't kill people if they'll kill you instead. Andrew?
Yes.
I was wondering if I could. Who? Well, I guess it would be the bartender. I could go up to the bartender and be like, hi. So
Hello.
I was supposed to pay with this. I was given this coin thing, but I think it looks really cool, and I kind of want to keep it. So how much should I pay to stay here?
I mean, the orc just dropped 50
He
fucking
will
gold.
he will consider for a moment, and then uh you'll see like he kind of like says wait here, and he
Oh,
goes
okay.
to the back. If anyone was looking, they would see his eyes glaze over for a moment.
Him too.
We're in a
For a
fucking
few-
town of
for a few
vampires.
moments.
Why do you think they're all wearing
And-
bats?
And he will snap out of it after a while, and he will come back and say, you can have that for free.
Oh,
You will
okay.
apparently I checked with my boss, and he said that you should get a free pass to stay here whenever you want.
Oh,
You will have to
Okay.
you will have to pay for you will have to pay for food and drink, but you will have a free stay here.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much. Also, how do you do that thing? And I
What
point to
thing?
the cups and stuff that he was flipping around earlier, like a goddamn juggler.
He'll sort of smile and say, "Many years of practice.
Could you teach me?
I could. It would take a long time,
The
but
the, the
Oh.
sad thing is like the person here that could probably pull it off the easiest would be Renji. Just because of my dexterity.
You know,
Fair.
I'm really fucking happy that Thunk is now friends with the guy from the Anubis temple, because he's gonna have to resist the urge of killing the vampire people. So he's not gonna want to stay in the bar. He's gonna want to stay in the temple.
Okay.
Right now, he's passed out in the bar, though.
Oh no, when he figures it
Um,
out though, he's gonna be like, "Yo, dog follower man, I need somewhere to stay."
Yeah, he will offer you a place in the temple if you go to him. It's like,
Then
sure.
you find out the head priest of the dog temple is a vampire.
You ever seen that meme, burn it with fire? There's a spider in the house, and then it's like burn the house down to get rid of the spider. That's gonna be Thunk with this town.
It's too bad that Wolfie's not in the chat because I would have had something to tell her about all of these people.
I mean, I could
Damn
tell
it to
her.
her.
I'm right here.
No, it's gotta be
Oh.
secret, Sam.
Oh, then text it to her
those
on Discord. She can still read.
No,
those
she can't actually.
vampires
She's
are all
Jared 19.
those vampires are all
Yeah.
followers of her moon goddess.
She's just
I-
really not in the greatest moods
Yeah.
right now because she's sick.
Mhm.
And she lost her Apple Pencil, so she can't draw, and
Aw.
she lost her little USB, so she can't join the
That's
chat.
Oh. But yeah,
You a
so
cranky Wolfie.
I can tell her later. I will probably need to be reminded, but I can tell her later, and she can decide if she wants to
I'll remind her.
decide if she wants to
Access
relay
secrets
that
for you.
information to the party. But it will be an interesting thing. Just a little bit of tidbit. So, you all rest for the night, and you wake up, and
Doing his
in-
doing his normal thing when he's in a room by himself. Renji goes to sleep in fox form under the bed in case someone breaks in for no specific reason.
nobody literally no. What are you doing?
Hangover check. I
Literally
drunk an
no one.
entire fucking keg, dude. I need a hangover check.
I just imagine you wake up in your room in the bar, spooning a keg.
Yeah, probably.
So you all wake up.
You roll over, the frog's laying next to you.
He's not. So you all go downstairs. Courtier is standing on one of the tables, and he's juggling knives
Whoa.
for a group of people. And then when he glances at you, all of the knives go up into the air, and then they land around him in a perfect circle. He's like, "Friends!" Do you say anything?
Apparently not.
Thunk's just staring.
Hello. I wave.
Is there something on my
Re-
face?
Renji just tells him good morning as he starts walking over to the table to order breakfast.
Ha! Good morning.
Hi.
Hello. So, I would say that he would have been on this table, and then he will leapfrog to this table, run across it, and leap over to your guys' table. And be like,
Jesus. Okay, go off.
"Greetings. And hello again from yesterday."
Frogman's aware of what those were, right?
Who?
The two from last night.
Oh, Isaac and Mr. Lorne? I know. I have said they've helped me quite a bit in the past. They're rather surprisingly helpful considering what they are.
Hmm.
So I'm guessing that's why they have no scent.
They also often police their own community, as it were.
Wait, what?
Yes, they police their own kind. The organization they're part of, they
That
are
that
the purebloods.
that is not what you said. You said community.
Yes, their community, their kind, their race.
How many more are there?
We
I
both know there's a lot.
I don't know, but they they police their community, and there is a rule amongst them to not harm the innocent. If anyone happens to break that, then well, I witnessed the trial and punishment for one of them. It was not a pleasant sight.
I need Fang Repel.
Huh?
He's trying to say he needs Fang Repellent, but he doesn't know how to say the word.
What? What? Fang repellent? What are you talking about?
Uh, you can roll an insight to see if you will get this thunk, but Renji just stares at you straight face and says, eat a lot of garlic.
My luck points are back. Yay.
That's what you pay attention to.
Shit. Thunk know better than to eat garlic. You're supposed to keep it around your neck.
Well, if you eat
What are
it,
you
put it
talking?
around your neck and a whole bunch of other things, the
You better
more
be
the
careful with
merrier,
what
right?
you ask for, Renji, because remember, you already have to smell the death upon him. Now you really want to smell his breath?
Wait.
Garlic,
What are you?
garlic would be better than what you currently smell like.
What are you imbeciles speaking of? Garlic does nothing.
Meh.
They quite often it does nothing. They say it.
Renji locks eyes with the frog, puts two fingers on the sides of his nose, and then turns his eyes towards Thunk.
Huh? Problem?
I was making the garlic joke to see if we could get rid of the bad smell he gives off.
Oh, I see. He will in that case he will wave his hand, okay, and over Thunk, and his bad smell will disappear. Thunk, you are now clean.
Thunk's eyes widen. No! The stench of my enemies!
I left the blood smell,
Oh, okay, we're good then.
but seriously, do you not bathe?
No, he doesn't.
You need to.
We literally have to ask her to dump water on him.
Literally everyone else bathes.
I see no... He's trying to find words.
I mean, the fact that they were able to keep a straight face while sniffing the air around you is remarkable.
It makes it surprisingly difficult to try to sneak up on people with him around.
Yes, now he smells
Especially
like nothing.
hunting.
Now
But
he
it-
doesn't smell like anything but blood.
But it certainly makes it easier for tracking me down, and he's gonna give Renji a look.
Well, someone has to keep an eye on you. And just returns the look.
Thunk no need babysitter.
Not babysitter.
But, Orc-man, you would do well to not anger the 7 magistrates.
I think Thunk just got his confirmation on how many of them there were.
Hmm.
They are quite benevolent, but if you truly anger them, you truly cause harm to one of them, then the gloves come off, as it were. At least if you harm one of them without reason. If you have good reason, sure, go ahead. They might even reward you.
I don't want
And by
rewards
that,
from
and by
fangs.
and by that, I think he means a good enough of reason for them, not a good enough reason for you.
I don't need reward from fangs.
So be it.
Anyway, we need to hurry up and have breakfast because the king is expecting us.
Oh, you are suspected by the king. It's been
That's
a
the only
while
reason.
since
That's the only reason we're in town.
it's been a while since I seen that lad.
Oh,
Last
feel
time.
free to you're free to come along with us. I don't think there was anything in the invitation that prohibited us from bringing guests.
Oh, well then I shall do that. It's been a while since I've seen him. Last I saw, he was just a little lad.
You know, I was playing Mass Effect and I finally figured out how I want Thunk's personality to be.
Hmm.
Arashi, you played Mass Effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thunk's a Krogan.
Yeah, makes
Of
sense.
course.
So how long before you start yelling Rider Worm?
No, to be more specific, Thunk's a Krogan and Nord is his battle master.
Hmm.
Again, still, how long before you start
Interesting.
yelling Rider Worm?
I don't know, he's already screaming blood for the blood god and strip flesh, sear wounds. I'll work it in eventually.
Anyway. Unless the GM has more stuff, I'm pretty sure that finishes breakfast.
That finishes breakfast and the tavern and everything up there. I will say, I kind of expected you to cotton on at some point in time, but not quite this soon.
Cotton on to what?
The fact that there are a bunch of vampires in the city,
Thunk
Oh,
don't
that they have their own organization.
Thunk don't
I
like
realize
vampires. He would have picked that out immediately.
I realized that they were vampires the moment you said no smell. It's like that was the dead giveaway.
There are some things that you don't know,
Oh, there's probably plenty of things we
uh,
don't know as players, but we can
about them
suspect a lot of things.
specifically, but yes. Deb,
Me as a player, I know Thunk's being hunted by Loki. When that's gonna happen, I don't know, but Thunk has no fucking clue any of that's happening.
Me as a player, I know there's an assassin after my ass, but my character doesn't.
so Deb, how are you feeling? Hello?
I'm gonna be totally honest. I just started staring at a wall and spaced out completely.
Yeah, I had the feeling.
Yeah.
Are we still talking
Thunk.
about vampires?
Deb.
So how do you feel about the direction you feel this is going at the moment?
The vampire thing?
Yes.
I love vampires. I'm literally so down.
They're so
She wants to be
sparkly.
one.
I will admit that this actually came about quite suddenly. Originally, I was going to have uh, this society, but I hadn't actually gone through it before your conversation with Charles.
Oh.
I hadn't actually had it fully developed. I had the idea that there was going to be one, but I didn't have any sort of organization. There were no named characters among them, and it was just going to be something that would happen in the future. But as soon as you had that interaction, I'm like, well, that would be interesting now, wouldn't that?
Oh my god.
Mm.
Random off the cuff. Me wanting to sell something. I don't remember what it is. I think armor.
You never know
And you
when to
coming up
set your GM
with a
off.
BS name. God tier. God tier. God tier. I actually have
Anyway.
nothing in my backstory related to the game. It's all just Charles. I'm so down.
So anyway, are you? Let's go like this.
And
Boom.
we already got our
Everyone-
first
Here.
we already got our first NPC tag along that's stronger than anybody in the party.
As we
Huh.
deserve. It made me leave the game.
And
For no reason.
let's move everyone over
Thunk's
to
making
here.
a stop at the Church of Anubis, knocking on the door, early ass o'clock.
The priest you met
That's
earlier
not
will
a
come
sign.
outside. I don't have a name for the priest. I will come up with one later and get back to you.
Follower of Dogman. Thunk need place to stay.
Okay. Is there a problem?
Thunk will give him 50 gold. Tribute to Dogman God.
Thank you. I I appreciate it.
Thunk will also
Uh,
need to ask you certain ways to repel creatures. Because Thunk was taught wrong.
what sort of creatures?
Vampires.
Ah. Uh, I can tell you some things about vampires. For one, there
Running
are
water.
technically three different kinds of them.
Hmm?
There are the spawn. These are created by the weaker ones, the lesser vampires. You have the lesser vampires. They are the ones that are weak to. They cannot cross running water. They are weak to sunlight. They are weak to silver, and among other things. They're quite weak. But then you have the purebloods, the originals, descended from the first vampire. He will take you over to a small book that they have. It doesn't have a lot, but it has a depiction of a man that has his face in shadow and is wearing like really dark long robes that sort of drag along the floor, and there's shadows like rising about him in the depiction. And it'd be like, this is a depiction of the first vampire. The first vampire was originally human, a human who was cursed by, actually cursed by Apophis, to
You
have
just
to
said his
grow.
name.
Darn, I make prob. Ah, okay. He will nervously glance around for a bit.
He says 3 Hail Marys.
And he will call on Anubis's name at that point, and you get the sense that something happened. Like the candles in the room will sort of dim slightly for a second,
Oh
and then
God.
go back.
Hmm, that was weird.
That was a mistake I have not made in many years.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Best not to speak the name of the Great Snake.
yes. So there's the first one. Uh, no one knows his name. He was cursed by the Great Snake uh, because he desecrated one of the snake's temples and slaughtered some of his people in revenge.
Oh my god. Thunk's gonna
And
be a vampire at the end of this because of what he's gonna do to Apophis' followers.
and
Oh, that's gonna be bitter irony.
originally he was cursed to be almost like a beast that would feed upon flesh and blood. And then, some hundreds of years later, Anubis came to him and found him and restored some of his humanity to him, and he became more sophisticated, and uh, he no longer had the urge or necessity to drink blood with.
Hmm.
Uh,
Vampire link to Great Snake. No wonder Thunk no like them.
but the point is, they also have ties to Anubis because he blessed them. He blessed the first one and helped him. Many years later, uh, several ages in fact, because I will say that this is all very ancient history. This happened in the First Age, many thousands of years ago. And many years later, I'd say around the third age, there were 7 that were sired by this first one, and they were they are more powerful than their other brethren. Each of them have certain special gifts that others do not. They also
They
cannot
also
burn.
reside in this town.
They also cannot burn in sunlight. Sunlight has little to no effect on them. Silver merely if you cut them with silver, it merely means it hurts them. They are not weak to it. It merely allows you to hurt them, because iron, steel do not hurt them normally.
Let's say Thunk ran into one of these 7. How does Thunk keep them 20 feet away from Thunk?
20 feet?
At least.
It is difficult to say. You cannot really stop them. They are not stopped by any sort of holy symbols or garlic and such nonsense.
I was about to say that's not true. Technically, there's spells that would stop them because if they're vampires, they would have the undead subtype for their race,
Yes.
and there are spells that would stop that.
Yes.
It's just how high level the spell has to be.
No, what my point is that no holy symbols will stop them. If you were to produce one, it would not even phase one of these 7. If you were to use a spell with divine magic, then yes, it would hurt them. But if you were to just present a symbol to them, it would do nothing.
Thunk possesses no magical capabilities. Looks like Thunk has to do it the old hard way.
And I will say that from what is told, the majority of these 7, all but one in fact, are rather polite and uh, benevolent, in fact. There are many accounts of where a rogue vampire was seen to destroy an entire village or to waylay 2 armies, and one of them stepped in and quite heavily dismantled them and destroyed them permanently.
Thunk care not for benevolence. Thunk only care that they are fanged. Thunk don't like fanged.
Is there a particular reason behind that?
They insult my god.
It is the only substance that they can consume.
Thunk kill for far less. Just because a monster can't help that they are a monster, but they kill, does that make Thunk the bad guy for killing them and saving everyone?
If they harm the innocent, then no. If they harm scum, then I would say that better to leave it. Besides, when a vampire kills, they don't take all of the blood. They don't need very much. At least the purebloods do not. The purebloods only need, say, a few cups, maybe once a month. If they take more than that, then it's more of a it's kind of a feast. And actually, to be honest, from what I can tell here, he will flip through one of the accounts and he will read something in an ancient language and try and decipher it. Be like, the translation is not perfect, and there are many issues, but it mentions that most of the 7 don't actually drink human blood. They normally drink the blood of monsters and such.
Mm. Well, Thunk no hurt 7, but Thunk wants to keep away from 7. So, will Dogman keep Fangs out of this area?
With what?
Thunk no
Dog.
harm 7. 7, Thunk no hurt 7, just wants to stay away from them. Will Dogman prevent Fangs from entering this vicinity?
There is one who he will not prevent from entering, but the other 7 have no desire to enter one of the temples. I do know that the first will sometimes visit in disguise to pay his respects, and he is the only one allowed inside.
Well, that's good enough for Thunk. And he'll give him 15 more gold for tribute to the
I
Dogman.
I do not need this, but thank you.
It is not for you, it is for the Dogman.
Yes. Everything is for Anubis.
Anyway, I've got stuff to do today. I'll be back later tonight to bunker down.
He will thank you for your understanding and for listening to the history he gave you.
However
And
much he
he
was
will,
actually paying attention to.
yeah, and
Once Thunk
he will
once Thunk
take you
runs
outside.
off from the rest of the group, Renji's there. It's like, am I the only one that's kind of would be kind of happy if it was just us and he wasn't around for the meeting of the king? Would cause less problems.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be as interesting.
I'm the fucking I'm the comedic relief. I love it.
Yeah, but I would prefer to not be thrown in prison.
I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
Because
That would be a cool story to tell people.
if the king says anything that upsets his supposable god, yeah.
Death
Yeah,
to
but
the
then
king.
we could escape, and then we could tell people all our cool story about how we got to escape prison and how we're super
Oh boy.
cool.
Death
So
to the king and God save the queen.
I'm going to have everyone take a short break before we continue.
Yep.
I
Okay.
want to get it's late, so I want to get through the throne room, seeing the council and whatnot, and have you on your way before ending the session.
Okay, that sounds good. Because I was gonna say I might have
Uh,
to leave soon because I gotta wake up early, but I can get
Yeah.
through that.
So, take like a 5-minute break.
Sounds
And,
good.
if my throat is very sore, so
Oh
if
no.
I didn't get through that if I didn't get through that history very well, then
Rip.
sorry.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
You the
Hi.
only one here?
Nope.
Okay.
I think we're all here.
Okay. How's everyone finding it so far?
Eh,
Pretty fun.
I
I
should
like
also
it.
say that entire scene with the Priest of Anubis was all improv.
Oh boy. I like meeting NPCs. It's fun.
Yeah, it is. Me trying to scramble for them is also kind of fun. It's like, what voice do I use? The voice changes quite a bit.
okay.
I scratched the wolfie.
uh, I wish Norden Wolfie could be in the chat. Could have been in the chat for this entire thing, but
She was going to
circumstances.
join us, unfortunately. We lost her
Yeah,
microphone USB.
yeah.
Oh shoot.
Those things happen, you know.
It'd be like that.
It's okay.
It do indeed be
Wolfie
like
does
that.
watch the VODs.
Yeah. So she'll find out everything, and then there'll be the thing I tell her later. Uh, it's not super important. It's just a little antidote. No, not antidote. Antidote. Antidote, I think, is the word.
Something like anecdote.
That's the word. That's the right word.
Uh-huh.
If I knew the difference
Well,
between
there goes 20 fluid ounces of Red Bull.
if I knew the
Mhm.
difference between anecdote and antidote, my friend would still be alive.
Antidote and
God.
anecdote. Uh, The anecdote is the thing that you say at his funeral.
No.
That's not
No.
true.
Gets a snake bite, starts reading off a
Anyway,
biography of the blood god. It's not working! And then his idiot ass following along. Read faster! Oh god, the shit I come up with at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning.
But yeah, if you couldn't already tell, there is a massive number of people in the world that even if you were level 20, you would have a lot of difficulty fighting for even a few rounds.
Yeah, thanks for letting me
I could
know.
probably I could probably take them on at level 20 with a certain item that we were talking about being in the world.
Unless you went up against Thor, then you're kind of screwed.
Thanks for letting
No,
me know,
I
Dungeon Master.
The
I built
at
my
that
I
whole
was
point,
referring to our god.
I built my entire character on murder hoboing. Now I'm starting to
I'm
wonder
see,
how
sorry.
the hell he
it
murder
seems
hoboed.
I'm sorry
you,
if that's a fact.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure the campaign may be the way it is because your character is built around being a murder hobo.
I'm starting to wonder how he murder hoboed in the first fucking place.
Well, he just found the right people, just
He
like all the
found the
people
right.
that was in the crypt.
He found the right scrubs that were kind of worthless and useless.
It's like, honestly, we're in the main capital. You can't expect the people in the main capital to be scrubs.
One thing you will. The priest will also have mentioned that a cause for killing a vampire is if one attacks you. They won't have a problem with it if they're the one that attacked you. And since they have one among their number that can read minds, you can't really lie to them. Did I say that out loud?
Thunk,
Yeah, you did.
Thunk would be like, he attacked me. It's like, he didn't physically attack me. No, he's friggin' emotionally attacked me.
He insulted my god.
That would be purpose to beat him up. Not to kill him, but to beat him up and spill some blood. But not to kill him. At that point, they
There are
would be
too many
like, "Well,
fucking
you insulted
characters
him."
that can read
There are too
minds.
many. There are too many characters. Well, Isaac back there, I will say this: he was not reading your mind. He was looking into the future. Yeah. So, yeah, Pricey was talking about. He sacrificed his eye to be able to see glimpses of the future.
He hung himself from Yggdrasil. I know the myth.
Hmm.
He drank from the Well of Sorrows, and he hung himself on Yggdrasil's tree without food or water for 3 days.
And since he was already a vampire at the time, it wasn't really a problem. Of course,
Yeah,
the
but that
spiritual,
process is supposed to be excruciating even for a god like Odin.
especially since from what I'm considering is that it's not just an attack on the body; it's an attack on the very being of the individual that does that. Like their very soul is being attacked.
Like literally in the in Norse mythology, if you ask Odin what was the most excruciating pain he's ever gone through, he will tell you that it was his gaining the powers of his eye. The
Hmm.
reason why he's not omnipotent, he can see the past and the present, but he can't see the future because he would have had to given up a lot. He would have had to stay on the tree a lot longer for that one.
Yeah, he can't So Isaac can't see the he can't see the past or the present. He can only see the future.
Odin can do the vice versa.
Yeah. And before, when Odin was looking at you, Renji, he wasn't using any of his powers from the eye. He was only using his true sight.
Yeah, I have the feeling.
So he was using true sight to see all of that. He didn't need to do anything else that would have allowed him to see through all illusions. So other things.
Anyway, we're all here. We're all ready.
All right. Give me one moment. Ah, I'm gonna have to get a new headset soon because this one has a part of it falling apart. Rest in peace. You served me well for 3 years. So, everyone will go to the castle and they will be directed to the council chambers. So let's move everyone over here. And let's drop everyone into position.
Oh boy.
If you could assist with taking, some of you could assist with taking some of your tokens out,
Oh.
putting them on the map.
Yeah.
Oh,
Give me a
okay.
second.
Well,
I gotta lean up to guard my mouse.
you already took mine, so.
You took mine. Why'd you do that?
Ah.
Why is Stunk standing on the table?
Because Thunk wants
'Cause
to
he's
stand on the table.
Can you
He's
at
not
least
like other
go to
girls.
the entrance first? Because you're literally just entering now with everyone else. You can stand on the table later. Okay, so and let's get in order here. So you all enter. Northern Renji leading, Demnon and Zarina and Sausage Roll bringing up, and Thunk bringing up the rear, and Frogman is hanging behind just a bit. Just a little bit.
Bye-bye.
So he isn't seen just yet.
Interesting.
He's hiding behind Thunk.
So you will all move along up the way until you're at the table. As you glance around the room, you'll notice the King's Guard, made of completely female women. That is an oxymoron. I don't know why I said female women. There's no other kind of woman.
That's not an oxymoron. That's just dumb.
Yes, it
Can't
is
think of
dumb.
a word.
So no, they're all of the royal guard are female for some reason. You don't
Oh,
know
I can
why,
venture a guess.
but it's
Hmm.
And I bet
interesting.
his wife ain't happy.
Oh.
He doesn't have one.
Then that's probably
That's
why.
probably why.
You guys get your minds out of the gutter, please, for one moment.
Hell no. My mind stays in the gutter.
This is
I live
not.
here. I'm the trash man.
It's not what you think, okay? I'll say that.
Mm-hmm. Keep telling yourself that, DM. Wink,
The
wink.
commander of the royal guard will be
Well,
standing
this,
to the side of the throne. That would be Commander Talia. And you will see most of the council arrayed before you. There are
like how we all surround Thunk so we can hold him back.
there are 10 people on the council. One of them is not here yet, and another one has been missing since halfway through the war.
Thunk sees an open seat. Ooh, okay.
Okay, so the whole council just kind of looks at Thunk that is sat in the chair. and they just stare at him for several moments.
Thunk smiles.
And then this guy will speak up. This is most unusual. This man is Lord Ulthane Amuzel. Now, an interesting anecdote is that
Not
you
an
probably
antidote?
don't
God,
antidote,
get out of here.
whatever the thing is, whatever the word is. Can't remember. Too tired.
Anecdote.
Anecdote.
You had it
Okay,
right the first time. I was just fucking with you.
An interesting fact is that each and every one of these lords are the rulers of one of the territories.
Can you guys
And
hear me now?
when
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
My thing lagged and I did not see Thunk go for the seat. I heard them talking. I was like, me and Nora would probably stop him from going for that seat, and then he was already there.
well, so an interesting fact is that so these lords of the territories, they will often take up the last name of their last name will become the name of the territory which they lord with which they rule. So this is Lord Ulthane Amuzel. You during the war, this is actually the new Lord Amuzel. The old Lord Amuzel was found to have been assisting the enemy, and you all were sent to investigate, and you helped to overthrow him and put back back in place of the other Lord. Uh,
If we were
Lord,
sent in, the guy's probably dead now.
yeah. Lord Manzel is someone that you would have fought with on the battlefield, and he would have originally just been a knight. And over the a course of time, the original Lord Manzel died at the very start of the war, so that position was vacant for most of the war. But near the end, he rose to the position of Lord Manzel. Uh, Lady Hella Bauerdorf here is she is a hill dwarf. She is the princess of the hill dwarves. Is their ruler. Most of the hill dwarves come from Bauerdorf. So, Deb, that's a little interesting fact for you. You would not have really met before now. You would have seen them on the battlefield, but you wouldn't have met them personally. This man right here is Lord Amon Kinfor. He is High Priest of Odin. And he's an elf who has been alive for about 500 years,
That's so wild.
and he has been the high priest of Odin for around 300 of those years.
We wonder if he already found out about our little encounter earlier yesterday.
He most likely did, because there you won't know this, but as players, then I'll let you know that they're often in contact. Like, they'll physically have a sit down and just talk
Oh, okay. Go
about
on.
random things.
Thunk can physically sit down with his god? He's a high priest.
In the future, yes.
Oh, yes.
About to say at
That
this
will
point,
be a possibility.
the only hint there might be to that would be his probably him eyeing Arashi.
You mean Renji?
Or yeah, Renji. Him eyeing Renji probably would
Yeah.
be the only hint you could do towards that.
You will see that he's holding a kind of staff that also has a blade extending from the top of it. And
You mean
you've
a
seen
spear?
him. Yeah, well, no. It looks like a wizard
Kodachi.
staff. It looks like a wizard staff. It's gold.
Ah, I thought you were referring to
And
Gungnir or something
and
like it.
there is a blade that extends from the staff.
I think bladed staffs are called like kodachis, if I remember right. I'm not sure. It's a version of a bladed staff.
It's not. It's not that. It's sort of unique. It is sort of a spear staff, but what I'm getting at is basically an arcane focus and a spear that was combined together and forged as one. And it looks very intricate and
Weapon and
detailed.
focus.
Uh, this man, it will be an old human. He'd be about in his 80s, and he'll have short, balding gray hair and a small beard, and he'll be wearing plate armor with big pauldrons, and there will be the sigil of a silver lion on the front of it. This is Duke Leon Vinzel. French people will know why this is funny.
Oh.
Most of us aren't French.
Yeah.
Good.
Just look up a definition of Leon.
I don't even know how to
Sometime.
spell that. Is that lion?
There you go.
Okay. Wait.
It is funny to anyone who knows French.
Oh, thank you.
And he is an old.
I was right. Sorry.
He is a really old general. You will have seen him on the battlefield fighting with his men as well. Uh, he's very strong in fact, he single-handedly stopped an assault on one of the castles just before you arrived there. So
I just love how
don't
you.
piss him off.
I just love how you're saying we've seen some of these people on the battlefield. That means every one of these people knows how much of a savage Thunk is.
Well, some of them have their own moments.
They know how
Let's
much of a
go.
cunning fighter that Renji is. They know how much of a fucking range specialist Nord.
Mhm.
Zarina's a freaking powerhouse for a caster. Devanon's a badass bard, and I'm a
There's
savage barbarian.
there's a reason they called our group here to this table,
Mhm.
and it's because they know what we can do.
Also, they're too busy with governing and whatnot, so if they had the time,
Haha, can't relate.
they would have gone out themselves to do like half of the stuff they sent you on, but because of your skill and your uh, rising fame, then they would have sent you out to do various things for them that normally they would have done, but they were too busy.
I just love how we're famous when half the NPCs in this town could do this job.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? So this guy, Jarl Koltir Jägerland, he's the Jarl of Jägerland. He is basically a Nord from Skyrim. So Brent or Deb
Hi.
is basically a Viking.
What?
You will have seen him with a great axe behead a dragon.
Jesus.
I am not making this up. I literally rolled. I literally played out the entire fight in which he slaughtered a dragon.
Okay, go off.
He actually did this.
Seriously,
So
why are we even being considered? Like, if there's a threat to these people, we should be worried.
it's not so much a threat, but
Busy work.
yeah, it's convenient mostly.
It's like when you're a really like famous chef, but like you cook so much, you're so busy that you don't have time to cook for yourself, so you hire an at-home chef.
Something like that, yes.
I'm really good at metaphors.
And there are other things that are going on that you guys don't know about. So
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
And lastly, we have Lady Amelia, which
Ooh.
doesn't she doesn't really do all that much. Like you've seen her fight before, but compared to everyone else at the table, she's actually like the weakest of the bunch, and she just doesn't contribute as much as she should.
We probably
Oh.
could still kick most of our party's asses.
Maybe.
No, we will
Uh,
not be Mopi.
and the one person you will have met, the other person you will have met once, or not really met him, you have seen him from afar once, near the beginning of the war. Let me find it. You will have seen this guy, the Count of Drakendorf.
I found the
Oh.
original vampire guys.
Hey.
And you're
And
sitting in his chair.
Blah blah blah.
And
Oh,
he
Thunk
blah,
is
blah,
sitting.
blah.
Thunk is sitting in his chair.
It's a very comfortable seat.
they will you will know that he is a high elf, and that he once sat in this chair, but for most of the war he has been missing, and no word has been heard of him, not
Ah.
even a little bit.
I thought he
And
just appeared. I was about to say, oh no, Thunk's
so
about to die.
I was just showing you what he looked like.
Okay,
So
I got worried.
He's been missing until now. The big reveal.
so
He's been missing because no one touched his chair. He feels about his chair the way Thunk feels about his god.
now we will come to the head honcho. King William Herstadt the Wise, rumored to have been blessed by Odin at birth with wisdom, and you will know that he is almost 200 years old at this time,
He ain't a normal human.
and he is actually a normal human.
He's just really cool.
Well, not
I'm about to say
completely normal.
he could be a normal human and just have certain benefits. There's more than one class that can get immortality.
I mean, I explained quite succinctly why he is living this long.
Odin.
Yeah.
You will also note that so this is where the thing is. The South and all of its peoples, or at least some of them, uh, would originally have been territories of the Empire that was overseen by the king's brother. And you will know, you will not know much, but you will know that a few years before the war, a man came to the court of the king's brother and became his advisor on that same day. And from then on, the king's brother grew very distant,
Sounds
and
like Loki's
this,
doing.
and the south started growing further away. They started inviting in the snake people and the lizard folk and whatnot, and welcoming drow as well into the city,
Interesting.
into their cities, and building up their forces. And now, several years later, they started a war, and you currently been at war for a year and only recently had a ceasefire. So, what do you think?
It's a lot.
Thunk thinks
It
he
is a
wants more
lot.
war.
No.
Well, you have to remember No peace treaty has yet been signed. It's currently a ceasefire.
Thunk's going on a
Were
trip
were
to
were
commit war
were,
crimes.
were they explaining this to us and asking our opinions?
No, this would have been
Okay.
something you'd know about. I'm
Okay.
asking you, as the DM, what do you as my players think about the history?
That's just
That whoever became the advisor to the king was either a god in disguise or someone being manipulated by one of the dark gods to start something.
We need to find Jafar.
oh my god.
Yeah, basically.
I don't know. I really want to learn more about these snake people or the people who worship the snakes. That's because I don't think they're snake people, but the people who worship the snakes. There's something. They can't just be evil. There's got to be something deeper
I
about
was
them.
Oh
about to
There's
no,
got to
say
be like a
they're
no,
reason.
no, they're fucking evil.
No, they're evil. What's their motive? Like to just
also, Bryn,
kill?
there are snake people. They're called Yanti.
No, I know there
Uh,
are snake people. I'm saying these are
And
people who worship snakes, not
that
snake people.
and Thunk fucking hates them.
you want to know their motive, Deb? That has to do
Yeah.
with Thunk's backstory, and we'll have to wait until further on.
Ah, got me excited.
That's a little thing. So Thunk knows.
Oh, Thunk is
I
Sam
very
want to
knows.
aware.
know. I
Uh,
want to know things.
and Thunk, I will ask you not to say anything to
Oh, I'm not
anyone,
saying shit.
Coward.
because
Cool.
let that
I
be a
don't like being
surprise.
the one not knowing the secrets.
It will be hilarious. Okay, so
Anyway,
you will all enter. Thunk will go to sit down in the seat. The entire council will stare at him for a little bit, and then Lady Hella over here.
Renji will apologize to all of them for it.
Lady Hella over here will sort of raise her hand, and Thunk will lift into the air and be gently set back down back over here.
Ha! What an
Aw.
icon.
It was a comfy chair too.
Yes, it has been enchanted with comfort spells.
How do you do those? I don't know any of those.
Thunk's ready to start his level in Rogue by stealing that chair.
Elven
God.
cushions crafted by elven cushionsmiths in ages long past.
And
Oh, that's dope.
Renji just clears his throat and is like, "You called for us."
Indeed, this guy will speak up and say, "Indeed, we have a bit of a problem that we would like you as you and your party to investigate. Is at this point the not that the king will stand up and put his hands on the table and lean forward and say, "Brave adventurers, I know that you are weary from the war. Well, he'll look at Thunk. Some of you are weary from the war.
Thunk will crack a smile and chuckle a little bit.
However, there is an issue that has come to our attention.
Oh.
You know that we have not seen the Count Drakendorf for much of the war, and indeed we have heard nothing from Drakendorf. The entire territory has gone silent, and anyone we have sent there has never returned."
That's very bad.
Well,
Yes.
that's obvious. Enemies have captured Drakendorf. Even I could have pieced that together.
Either that or they joined the other side, like, and I mentioned the name of the former person that was sitting in this seat.
That is the issue. Most of Drakendorf's forces were in the battle. Most of their forces participated in the war. When the war first started, Count Drakendorf sent almost his entire force to aid in the battle. He was one of the first to do so. And he has been a dear friend of ours for a long time. This is not in his character. I fear that something has happened to him.
You said he
Maybe
said.
someone
You said
maybe
he.
someone took advantage of him having no army there to protect him.
That is possible. That is why I want you to go and investigate. This is not something that we would normally do because we must throw a feast to celebrate your return and your victory. Normally that would be done immediately, but this takes precedence.
Yeah, that makes sense. Someone could be dead, so that's probably good. Yeah.
I don't mind.
Dunk gets to spill blood.
I
And
thank you.
it will be hard to hold a feast with one of the council members that would be expected to attend such a feast missing.
Thunk asked a
So,
question.
what was the question?
Thunk looked dead at the king. Thunk gets to spill blood.
If there are hostiles in that territory, then yes.
With the armies gone from the territory, Thunk, there will definitely be bandits and other lowlifes probably taking up forces on the roads.
Thunk's in.
I will give you a I will give well my spy master will give you a code. He has sent a spy that if you manage to meet up with him, then there he will give you a code which you should speak to him so that you may get any information he may have. And he starts to continue more, and it's at this point that the
That a rush
guards.
at some point a Rushy would speak up.
Renji.
Renji.
Or yeah, Renji would speak up and be like, Also, I need to ask, will our entire group be going since we have a extra with us today? And do a head nod back to the fraud.
He the king will see him and at Kuratir will hop on the table, and King William will kind of like widen his eyes in surprise and kind of almost almost bow his head, but not really. And he'll be about to open his mouth to speak, and then the doors will open and two people will enter.
Ooh.
Uh, and they will come around and they will stop uh, next to the king. You will notice that they are a man and a woman. You will notice that the man has a very sophisticated and elegant air about him. He is wearing fine aristocratic clothing, very Victorian-esque.
Do either of them lack a scent as they walk by?
No.
Okay.
The woman will smell of earth and trees and
For a moment, I
such.
thought you were gonna say lilac and gooseberries.
No, she will smell of earth and trees. Uh,
Smells like Zarina.
the man smells sickly and cursed.
Oh
Oof.
boy.
He will be holding a cane, and he will be heavily resting on the cane, and the woman, his wife, will be will be helping to support him, and he will be incredibly pale. His eyes will be very sunken and shallow, and there'll be bags under his eyes. Uh,
Watching our frog friends' reaction to these people.
he knows who they are. Uh, so when he this is the spy master. This is
Ah.
spy master. One moment. I forgot forgot his first name. Uh, uh,
Rip.
I mean, named NPCs.
spy master Amando Diamante. Okay.
Ooh.
Diamante
Also,
raises some friggin' eyebrows.
uh, just called spy master Viamante most of the time.
Chicka-chung.
Uh, why does it raise eyebrows?
Uh, you do not know the meaning behind that name?
No, I just came up with it on the spot. Does it have a
Okay,
meaning? No,
Diamante, Diamante has a meaning, and it comes up in the One Piece anime.
it's not Diamante, it's Viamante.
Okay, yeah, I thought you
I
said Diamante.
I
No,
need to meet NPC specialist Don Quixote.
it's a VI apostrophe Amante.
Yeah,
So you will know who this is, and he was actually during the first half of the war. He was quite involved in the fighting, and he is actually one of the strongest warriors that the kingdom has to offer. However, uh, he encountered a being on the battlefield that was much more powerful than he was, and he was both. He had some sort of poison or curse placed upon him that even the
Renji
high.
can Renji can clarify it to be a curse.
Yeah, and even high priest Amon cannot cannot cure it.
Means it was probably a curse placed by a god.
But so he met this dark figure that had very long black hair, almost to his knees, and had a he will describe him as having a slightly creepy smile and grin, and wearing very long robes. This description is in line with the figure that appeared in the court of the king's brother. And the spy master will have fought him, been defeated, and he will have fallen into a coma for several months, and then he will have awoken. He will be very weak, and in game terms, I will explain just what this curse does. It reduces his movement by 15 feet. It reduces his strength, dex, and con by 14 points, and reduces his hit points by 90%.
Oh.
Good thing we are milestone EXP.
It re- it it weakens him considerably, and he has incredibly poor health now. So he will come around to try and stand beside it. When he enters the room, literally every one of the council members will stand up, and uh, the king will actually vacate his seat and have the spy master sit on the throne, so he can rest.
I was surprised the king just didn't have him take the seat on the empty chair.
Normally he might have, but this king is very, very courteous and generous, at least to his loyal followers and lords. Uh, the frog man will kind of
Boy.
not waddle, but like slight hop over towards the spy master, and will just like give him a look of understanding. You two have been cursed. The spy master will look up and be like, uh Master Kurt, dear. The king, uh, uh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. And
I about to say, if the frog asked if he too has been cursed, Renji would just shake his head and nod.
Mhm. The spy master will try to do a bow as best he can. Uh, you get the sense that this frog trained both of these men, both the king and the spy master, and you will also get the sense that he also trained the duke here.
And
Just
apparently,
from
Thunk
our
lasted the
perspective.
longest in an arm wrestling competition with his frog.
Surprisingly. Uh, so they'll try and uh tend to him a bit. Uh, the high priest will come over here, and he will lay his hand on the spy master's shoulder, and his hand will light up with a golden glow, and he will before his he was visibly in a lot of pain, but you see some of that pain ease slightly, and uh, some of the bags under his eyes lessen a little. Uh, does anyone want to do an Arcana check to see what he did?
I would, yes. I can do
Do
those.
do 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 do.
If I have to reload one more time, I'm going to cry. Okay, let's go. Poggers.
Okay.
Wow, gang.
I rolled a 3, by the way.
Oh
Thunk's
boy.
like he did magic.
Okay,
See,
so
Stunk's not even sure about that.
Reggie, you don't want to try? I
This
assume?
man is just weak.
Healing magic is not my forte, but sure.
Okay, so Bren, you will. No,
Alright.
Yeah.
not Bren. Deb,
Whatever
you
my name
will.
is.
Okay, so no one else recognizes it. Deb, you recognize that he just used greater restoration on him,
Oh.
and
What?
it only eased his pain.
Oh no. That's
We're in homebrew territory, ladies and gents.
Jesus. Rip and rest, my dude, I guess. So sad. Let's play Despacito.
And so, Lord Amon will return to his seat. The spy master will at this point shake off any hands that try to support him, and he'll stand as firmly as he can next to the king, and the king will take back his spot. The frog will stand off to the side over here, and so the king will go back and continue his explanation. And the spy master will give you the code.
Ooh.
When the winds fly.
Thunk.
He's not going to
Red-
sit in the chair. He wants to stand next to his frog friend.
Okay. When the wind flies, red clouds die. That is the
Oh.
code.
When the wind flies, the red clouds die. Why red clouds? That's not the color clouds are.
Red's the best
It
color.
is. It is a
Apparently,
mere.
yeah.
It is a mere code. The more nonsensical it is, the less likely that anyone shall figure it out.
That makes sense.
Yes, but it still sounds weird enough that if you say it with no context, it will raise suspicion.
That is
Devin,
why.
I'm pretty sure you could probably make a song that could use that word, though.
I could.
That
I'll
is
turn it into a
why.
ditty for you.
That is why the spy will be singing a song as he goes along.
Oh, okay.
I will tell you the song. You will have to go. You go up and you whisper this into his ear.
Okay. So I gotta be subtle. I gotta be sneaky. Or someone's gotta be sneaky. Doesn't have to be me.
You don't have to be sneaky, merely un.
I'm pretty sure you can pull off, Devin. One
I
performer to another, what's a mere song sent between two people?
true. I'm good at whispering via song.
I will tell you that the spy I sent, is a halfling.
So my height.
About, yes.
Okay.
A little
So
shorter.
I won't have to like jump up to whisper in the ear.
No.
Okay. That's cool.
You know, this voice is almost my actual voice right now because my throat is so sore.
No. Rip.
Anyway. So, Brave Adventures, we the council ask that you take upon this task, you investigate the territory of Drakendorf and use your best judgment in dealing with it. The only thing we would ask is that you bring, if Count Drakendorf has betrayed us, or if something has happened to him, you either bring him back for questioning, or you report back. If there is an enemy that has invaded there, try your best to defeat them and expel them from the land.
You just hear Thunk cracking his knuckles in the corner.
If, however, you find yourselves outmatched, I ask that you do your best to come back and report back, and we shall gather the armies, and we shall march.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about the rest of my group, but I don't plan on retreating.
Thunk,
It is not to retreat I ask you to do. If you are outmatched, I ask you only to withdraw for a time, get reinforcements, and then go back.
Thunk, as you said yourself quite earlier yesterday, you have a goal in mind. You have someone you want to beat. It's not retreating, it's falling back, regathering your strength, and going back at the enemy another time even stronger.
Mm,
As you say this, the frog will perk up and be like, "Yes, I said that.
must beat Frogman.
Yes, you must beat me." At this point, the king and the spy master and the duke will all glance at each other out of the side of their eyes, and
Apparently,
they
my
won't.
friend Thunk here
If
has the current record for lasting the longest against him in an arm wrestling competition.
okay, look, if this was an anime, they would all be sweat dropping right now and like staring in slight bewilderment.
PTSD flashbacks.
Making me think of if anybody has watched My Hero Academia, uh All Might and his teacher.
That's not a bad parallel to draw.
I mean, my
If
Foxman,
anyone,
Foxman is right. I currently hold that record, so
but
I plan
actually,
on going a little bit further.
there are two sources I have drawn from for this character. Actually, have you ever watched the Seven Deadly Sins anime?
Yep.
Yep.
I need to watch
So-
anime so I can get your guys' references.
Think Meliodas and Yoda and Gran Torino, I believe his name is. Think of a combination of those that's slightly been cursed and slightly insane.
I mean,
Something
technically,
like that.
if the king, the spy master, and the duke all couldn't last as long as Thunk in an arm wrestling competition, at some point Thunk's gonna reach the strength that's higher than theirs.
That is in pure brute strength, though. You have to realize.
I'm aware. That's all I built my character to be.
But yeah,
Anyway,
He's a living, breathing, fucking what is
He's
it?
a what now? Living, breathing, fucking. That's his motto.
No, he doesn't fuck.
and Renji
So-
will also say. Plus, we all know there's entities out there that if they're in play in the territory, will be lucky to be able to get out and report back. If even the spy master can't stand against them.
Nah, just stick behind me, Fox man. I'll keep you safe.
So Quartier will speak up and be like, I will not, I cannot join you on this journey, unfortunately. I have business elsewhere. But if I were not busy, know that I would go along with you. Because it's been a while since I've got a good workout.
Better not go
Sure.
anywhere.
Shay, don't forget Thunk.
Better not
Also-
go anywhere, Frogman. When I come back, I'm gonna give you more than a workout.
Orkman, we are having a spa one of these days.
Oh, spar.
For a moment, I thought he was inviting Thunk to the spa.
I was really confused. I'm like, okay,
Spa.
that took a turn.
Ah, yes,
Spa.
the manicure pedicure, Thunk's favorite.
Perhaps you will even give me a new scar, and he will touch the front of his head that actually has a scar on it that nobody will have noticed until now.
It'll be
Oh.
like, Thunk doesn't leave scars.
He barely leaves bodies.
Thunk leaves dents.
Perhaps he will give me a new dent then. So he's going to hop off a little
Great.
bit,
The Frogman
he'll-
has a new student. It's a fucking
and
dumbass orc.
then he's going to slowly walk out, and when he's at the door, he's going to shout over his head, "See you later, new student!" And then he walks out the doors, and you see both the king, the spy master, and the duke all kind of wince and give like Thunk a look of empathy and sympathy.
Thunk does not understand these looks. What?
Let's just say that you will be in for a rough time.
Bring it on.
So anyway,
It,
that
it may be.
concludes.
This may seem weird, but I think of all the students he had, Thunk might be the only one that will be excited to have lessons.
Quite possibly.
He's
So
gonna
that
enjoy it.
concludes.
He's a masochist at heart.
Well, I'll have everyone move out because that concludes the throne room scene.
Woo!
At
We
some
did it,
point,
guys.
we
We got a new job.
at some point, I'm guessing they ask or will have someone come ask if we need anything for the journey, and Arashi might mention something about a horse, preferably one that won't be eaten.
They will provide you with a horse should you need it.
Thunk
This
pops his
time,
head back into the room. Forgot to ask. Would anybody like to convert to my religion?
Oh my god. Drag him
All
out.
of them will look at you as one and be like, "Huh?"
just Arashi or just Renji's arm comes back through and pulls them back through the door.
One of us grabs a cane and pulls him off, like
Roll a
people do
strength
on like
save, but
Broadway.
roll a strength check, buddy.
I have a
You will have
Frickin-
advantage because Nord will be helping you.
yeah. I don't have a high strength, so I will be helping Nord.
I don't know. I don't think Nord has a high strength either.
I'm -1.
I should roll it. I have a decent strength.
Okay, so
I will do it.
okay, so since
I'm
you have
helping Nord.
no.
you're helping Nord, he has advantage. Nat 20.
Hey!
You get dragged away.
Hell yeah, go them.
It's a slow
Nord.
drag. It's a slow drag because it's only 1 point, but we pull you back away from the door.
Also, I don't think he's raging at the moment. Also, you are complying more because he has a gun pointed at your back, and he's dragging you back. And is like, don't.
I still like that. It was a natural 1 and a natural 20.
God damn Nord with his magical fire sticks.
So anyway,
What's weird, you respect Nord when he has magical fire skits, when you have literally seen Renji shoot balls of fire out of his hand.
Out of everyone in this party, Nord is the only one to put Thunk in his place. Ergo, Nord is his battle master.
For now.
so
Renji will put you in your place at some point.
Deb,
No, Renji's friggin' too
Hi.
lazy to put you in your place.
so Deb, you will go
Yes.
back to Alexander's shop.
Yeah.
He will
Let's
act
go.
no different from the previous day, and he'll bring you
Oh
in,
boy.
and he will reveal your sword to you.
We don't take Thunk with us to the shop.
You
Okay.
haven't. I know you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to have to pull up an image.
Sorry.
Somewhat like a sword in there, sort of.
Okay.
Whose sword?
I will specify the differences.
All the cool swords. I get cool swords. I can barely use a sword, but I still get the cool swords.
Okay, so it's going to look. Whoops. Not.
Hey,
Yeah.
just think about that later on. I think bards get access to the animate spell, so you can just
Okay,
animate
so
your sword and have it fight by
it's
itself.
it's going to look something like
Ooh.
this. Uh, this is
Oh, okay.
actually a famous sword in the in Lord of the Rings.
That's really cool.
Hadhafang. A sword used by both Elrond and his daughter. It will be a bit different. It will have a longer grip, so you can use it with two hands,
Hell yeah.
and it will be slightly longer. It's basically the same as a long sword, except that it has it's made with silver, so it's a silvered
Okay.
weapon. If you come
Ooh,
across
fighting vampires.
a creature that has resistance to non-magical slashing damage, then a silvered weapon counters that and allows you to overcome that
Augers. Let's
resistance.
go.
And if you roll a 1 once a day, you can re-roll.
Okay.
That's on an attack. If you roll a 1 on an attack with this weapon once a day, you can re-roll.
Okay. Does the sword have a name or is it a different? It's not singing then.
It's not given. He didn't give it a name. However, if you want to give it a name, you can.
What name should I give my super cool sword? Let's check my background to see what names I know.
I bet this will be interesting if you ever go back to the mountain dwarves and you have an elvish looking blade.
That'll be fine. No one's gonna judge me. I will name my sword.
Just say spoil of war.
Arton. I'm naming my sword Arton.
Arton the
Yeah.
sword.
Why
Arton the
not?
sword.
Thunk switches to Orcish and basically says the orc words for flesh render.
Who
I
knows?
don't know what that means.
Your sword may evolve and develop sentience in the future. Who knows? Oh, I just had a
That's
thought.
terrifying.
What if the spirit from the skull transferred over to the sword sometime?
Oh God.
I mean, Thunk's carrying a magic stick
I just
that has pertinence to backstory.
listen. All of my objects just slowly get possessed. I'm so down for this. So
Yeah.
so wait, did this replace my longsword or is this a different longsword?
This is a different weapon,
Okay. So
but
it just has the properties of a longsword, but it's different.
it has the properties of the longsword. You could just, I'd give you 10 gold if you want to get rid of the old longsword.
Sure.
That's not how much it costs, but whatever.
Okay, sounds good.
Uh, so yeah, it'd probably be. Are you writing that down in the description of the macro
Yes.
or
Well, I'm just
whatever?
putting it. I just put it on the side.
Uh huh. Okay. Because you'll have to remember that, because I might forget.
It's okay. I got it done.
There is one thing that was going to happen if Nord was here. His mentor, let me a
Ooh.
moment. Sir Duncan Oswald would visit him before you left, and he would have given him several. He would have given him several things. So if we see when we see him next time, remind me that that happened, and I will go over what he got.
All the things.
He gave him a pet kobold with a sniper rifle.
Oh God.
That did not happen, but
Are you sure? Now I think about that one. You could add it in.
so he would have visited him temporarily and given him some stuff, and
Oh yeah.
then he would have left.
It was too
Goodbye.
bad you said the spy was a halfling, because it would have been so awesome if we got there and the spy was a kobold.
That would have been hilarious, but no, he has a different backstory.
You're adopted now.
What's happening?
So, everyone gets everything all set up,
Yeah.
and they get everything situated. If there's nothing anyone else wants to do in the city, then we'll go to the world map.
Woo.
Boom, boom.
Thunk's just going around asking people if they want to join his church, like he was on the
God.
steps.
You get a few people that are a little interested.
Yes! The cult grows.
Like before, that these people don't have really too much of an avergence to war. They have an avergence to slaughtering the innocent. But
Wait, what?
what?
Oh, a virgins. I thought you said that they were leaning
Oh
towards it. I was
God.
like, wait, what?
Huh? Aversion. Yeah, they have
Okay.
aversion towards
A
it.
vir- you said a virgins. I was like, wait, what? They want to slaughter the innocents?
Honestly, mood.
That's a funny that's a funny misunderstanding.
Thunk wanted to be more of a murder hobo, so
So, uh, no, that's not right. So we go over to the world map. Uh, you leave the Crown Lands. It will take you a while. Thunk, roll athletics. Renji, navigate. No, just kidding.
Oh.
You have a horse right now. More
I-
like,
Hey.
more like.
I'm gonna roll it anyway.
Oh God.
Roll. How about you roll not to eat the horse?
What would that be?
I would say that would be a wisdom check.
Willpower.
wisdom check, can he have advantage because now Nord is pointing a gun at him whenever he gets near the horse?
19. That's good. You don't eat. You don't
Hey.
even try to eat the
Poggers.
horse. Besides, you still have prime deer meat that you can eat. Why would you?
Deer
Why would,
barbecue, cooked and
why would
prepared
you
by
not?
Thunk.
Why would you eat the horse instead of barbecue? The horse tastes so much worse. So anyway, takes you few days, but you reach the entrance of the territory of Drakendorf, and you start coming up to the mountain pass in which it's situated in, that leads to the main part of the territory, and that will be where we will end the session for today.
Woo! 5 a.m. boys, let's go. That was fun. I liked exploring.
There was so much dialogue.
There's a lot of dialogue.
Thunk will become the Frogman's greatest student.
Everyone's got a teacher here. It's well, except for
Look, Thunk didn't even mean to get a teacher. It just happened.
that's true. Okay, so last season it was kids. This season it's teachers.
Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon.
Gotta catch 'em all, STDs.
I mean, you're a bard, it fits.
No, not this part. No.
There's
Time
such...
skip 10 years. Then we'll do that. Then we'll do that arc.